You're like a circle that floats around me, keeping me safe and sound. And when I fall, you've tied a rope to me. You're blessing me every day. I was down with an illusion, like a sparrow with broken wings. But now I shine with your reflection on me. I'm getting back up on my feet. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You showed me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. Am I awake or am I dreaming? So far gone, I won't look back. And when I move, there ain't no stopping me. You're pushing me up to the top. I saw the clouds looking angry, but then the sky reached my mind. And when I space out, I see the possibilities unfolding the way that I want. That you showed up was written in my palm. You are a statement, explode like a bomb. I get to push myself to victory. You make me winner. You cut me loose and set me free. You cut me loose. You make me win in every way. Win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. You cut me loose and set me free. You make me win in every way. You show me how to spread my wings. Yes, I'm the winner of the day. Yes, I'm the winner, yeah. 'Cause I'm the winner, yes. 'Cause I'm the winner, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yes, I'm the winner, yeah.
Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you. VATSIM's got a problem going on right now, but we seem to be on right now. Some of the ATCs disappeared, but let's go ahead and fly and see what happens and what could possibly go wrong. It's a happy Sunday, right? Thanks for stopping by. Jim Oxide just came in with a resub. Show just got going. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. Thanks for a 10-month support. And good evening to you. And thanks for the extra support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Good to see you. Sunjammer's in with all sorts of cool wow emotes. And a couple frogs at the bottom and the Sunjammer exclusive Sherlock Holmes emote. Also an AZ5 button, which apparently somebody might have pushed. Apparently, something's going on with VATSIM right now. I think that it's, let's see, DDoS, denial of service. It's direct denial of service or something like that. What I read about this is somebody decided to get malicious with VATSIM. Somebody decided, let's be malicious. So, really, when you're that angry that you're going to take it out on a bunch of flight simmers, that's pretty freaking pathetic. So, anyway, we're on right now. I think that we've got the ATC disappeared, and there are some supervisors online. We will see if possibly they tell us to disconnect. It could be they're going to need to reset something. My guess is that this is something that takes a while to solve. Slothman did a resub while I was yapping away and having a little attitude there. But Slothman, thank you for a resub and 5 months of great support and helping me to keep this silly thing going. Really appreciate it. It was not Sunjammer. Okay, we need to make sure that it was not Sunjammer on this one. Sunjammer would never jam things up like that, right? And Murph, yeah, they're just, people suck. That's just the way the world is today, and it seems to be getting suckier. So I don't know what else you do. Irvy is here. Hi, Irvy. Thank you for coming on by. Welcome aboard. I'm just trying to get the playlist all set up and make sure that it plays the right spy jams, and we go view and now playing, and that should give us some music. Let's see, fear and jealousy. I don't know. It's tough to tell. Someone who shouts "see ya" when being handed off. It could be that. Man, I don't know if they realize just how much they're deafening people. So the big news still seems to be the A220. Still one popular airplane for sure. It's been in the top 3 aircraft on VATSIM now for quite a while. The A320 and the 737-800. This is now dropped to number 4. So A320, 737-800, A321, and then the A220, which is known as BCS3. So that one's going on. Top airline today is Delta, American, Lufthansa, United, Southwest, Ryanair, Air Canada. Busiest airport today is Miami, Frankfurt, Warsaw, London, Istanbul, Stuttgart, and Zurich. And Stuttgart is actually where there's a VATSIM event that we were going to fly in right now, but I think that because of the attack on VATSIM, we're probably going to go and not have ATC, but let's go ahead and fly it anyway. It's a quick flight, great to practice with this airplane too, because this isn't an Airbus. It does not fly like an Airbus, and it's not, it doesn't do that Airbus thing. So there's still a lot to learn about it, and super duper excited that the developer's going to release a update. We think that that's going to be on Monday. No, Tuesday. Tuesday is when we're going to do that. Let's import over here. And Murph, are you going to get the 757 when it comes out? GT Boy, doing coffee cheers today. Yeah, still got coffee going on. Probably going to have to get up and get another cup of coffee on the flight today because the air quality today is already sucky. it's already sucky, and the wind is blowing so that it's kind of blowing it in here too. So yeah, I'll try and keep the voice from being super sexy. So, and Murph, yeah, obviously, you know, I live stream, so you know, it's a big airplane. I will look, I'll probably be first, you know, standing in line to get it when they release it. Until they release it, though, I've kind of tuned out. There's just too much noise in the world right now. So when it's released, I'll get it. But until then, tired of the drama. Let's see. Stuttgart ground has just popped back on. So we do have Stuttgart ground. So maybe things are... Boy, it's going to be a rough day. Sorry. It's Stuttgart ground is popping on, so that's good. Sim brief import. Got 103 passengers going on down to Zürich today. Ground gear, I have got everything here. I usually open those doors, and then I've been getting GSX. GSX. And let's get GSX over here and get a jetway that way. And we'll just use, what have I got? Do I have a Swiss? We'll have Lufthansa take care of our jetway for us today. So that looks pretty good. Come on over here. We can even open the door. And Cracker is back on a 135 stream streak. That's a lot of streaking, Cracker. And this is the only place in the world where, you know, people get a big old thank you for streaking, right? Thank you for being in always. Okay, so let's see. Door is open and cargo doors are open. You don't have to do that. That just, you know, some things to do. And our charts for our departure today here at Stuttgart. And I kind of find it a little hard to read these. So I just go ahead and I zoom this map in a little bit. And so we'll come over here and do EDDS, and I'm going to go airport parking first. Kaizen Racing, good evening or afternoon. And there's airport parking. Airport ground, last time I checked, runway 7 is good. You hit a deer with your 777 at Los Angeles. Well, that's been known to happen. Were you sure it was a deer? Wasn't it somebody just racing across the runway to get over to In-N-Out Burger? Departure is the Seoul 1 Kilo departure. It's going to be Arnav Sids probably for runway 7. Hi, acid.com. Thanks for coming in. And let's see. Arnav Sids, Germany. Let's read it. Seoul 1K. Yep, that is our departure. So that looks good. Procedures. Arnav Sids, runway 7. And we need the Seoul 1K. So next page. Seoul's 1K. Initial climb clearance 5,000 feet. Contact. It's laying on radar right after takeoff. 125050. Okay, looks good. Coming into Zurich. Okay, now this is where it gets really weird. Hey, Zach, welcome aboard. Going to do a virtual British Airways flight into Inverness. Watch out for Nessie. Okay, Nessie might be in a mood today because, you know, Slothman says it was either a deer or a dog. Okay, we are going into Amike, I believe. So Arnav stars to Amike. And it gets kind of weird. So we're going to come in, and we come in via Relix. So we come over here, and there is Nader. Okay, so we pick it up here at Relix. And then we come over here, and that puts us out at 7,000 feet at Amike, okay? Well, now you got to come over here to the approaches, and you need an RNAV transition for runway 14. So come on over here and get the RNAV transitions for runway 14, and that is going to take us from Amike over here, and then so you got to do like a 180-degree turn over a point. Now, this didn't show up this way over here, but over on the LIDO chart, there is a procedure that you pick it up here. No, it showed it on the LIDO chart. It doesn't show this on the other one. So what instead you could do is, since our last waypoint is Relix, you could instead plan on the Relix 14. So I'm going to go and pop that in, RILAX14. And instead of doing the star, I think you do this instead. And then you need to go and get an ILS for runway 14. And there we go. I did go and check a real world flight, airport ground. So a real world flight that came in to do all of this, AGC, and then airport parking chart. They actually parked on the south side of the airport. Normally I go to the north side, but I guess Swiss. This flight, they parked it way down here in the Alpha Docks is where that flight went. So that's what we've got for the flight today. And we'll hit the pin, and now all of our charts are stacked up perfectly, and the airplane looks like it's ready for us to do airplane things. So Zach is using Say Intentions ATC because there's a new update. You can speak to the ground who are GSX, so you don't have to use the menu anymore. That's kind of cool. Let's see, Slothman was at 160K, so you weren't sure. It was a deer or dog. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Thank you for coming in. We are definitely in a posh mood today, so thank you for being here. Now, here's another thing that I've noticed about this airplane. So I called a jetway. You saw when we started the live stream, the airplane was completely off. But when I attached the jetway, it automatically turned on the external power. I don't know if that's what it's supposed to do, but that's what it did. So the external power is on and the nav lights are on. Nothing else. But that was interesting. I don't know if that's what the developer intentioned or that's a bug. I'm going to turn my batteries to auto and say hello to Ollie, who is here. Hi, Ollie. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for coming in. Are you all recovered from the big honeymoon trip that you did? You know, not that you need to recover from that, but I'll bet it was a big trip, right? All right, let's come on down here. Navigation data is good. Power on. Checklist. So remember we were flying Delta yesterday and the power on checklist was like 3 pages? This one's completely different. Your wallet has not recovered yet. I would imagine so. Wallet trips, honeymoons and stuff like that are very hard on wallets, I hear. I've never been married. I wouldn't know. All right. ECL stands for electronic checklist. We have engaged that. While we have not engaged the Borg, we do need to engage hydraulic 3A, 3B, and 2B. Or not to be, you can decide. AP or external power, we're going to be on external power, and that is complete. The message is basically going to say we haven't done our initialization yet. Let's do that. Irby says that there were probably honeymoon activities. I think that that is implied. I think that that's implied. We're going to go to the secondary. I almost called it the sectional. We're going to the secondary flight plan. That's how you do changes with this. And actually, as I'm been thinking about the airplane a little bit, and I think it's kind of smart to do stuff in the secondary first, no matter what, and then pop it in. Irvi is in a weird mood today. Welcome to the club, Irvi. We should get jackets. We should get jackets. Okay, we are a Swiss flight, SWR. Oh, got a couple of extra characters in there. SWR flight 441. All right, that looks really good. I find it a little bit easier to look over here and just have a flight plan of the PDF over on this side. Hey, Amargos, welcome aboard. We're having a fun flight so far. The airplane, we've had this airplane for a few days now, and I've got to say, I'm still really liking the A220. It's really a good time. Irvi just did a resub. Hey, Irvi, thank you for the resub. Irvi's been here for 43 months, and thank you for 43 months of great support and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Just got a message here. Uh-oh, I just got booted off the network. I just got booted off the network. I think that's going to happen for a while. Irby, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. Amargosa, welcome aboard. And Loviz is here. Welcome on in. So we just got, let's see what we have here. Again, they've had a DD denial of service attack. Somebody's being malicious with VATSIM. Don't know what else. I always forget what the first D is for, but the rest of it is denial of service. And that's basically they're just being hammered. Okay, so we got that one there. Distributed, thank you, Thrill. The distributed, yeah, denial of service. Yeah, somebody's being mean to VATSIM. Somebody's being mean to VATSIM. Okay, let's see. Alternate today. That's page 2 of the flight plan. LSGG. 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 We are good to go for that. Cruise would be 8,000 feet. Looks good. Cruise winds are 273 at 19. And temperature deviation is 15 degrees Celsius. Although, as Irvi said, some of us are already feeling a bit deviant right now, so there you go. SkySim just became a subscriber over on YouTube. Hey, SkySim. Sorry I missed that. Thank you so much. I'll turn on the alerts and remind that, but thank you for subscribing on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Ollie is on a 3-stream streak. Thank you for streaking. Yeah, imagine, let's see, Metabox, did I say that name right? Yeah, that somebody's got a DDoS, the VATSIM servers. I mean, you know, I just, yeah, that's just so freaking pathetic. It just is. Come on. You're really going to be all big and bad and go after... Obviously, I'm a little disgusted about that. I should hush. But that's pathetic that you're going to do that. With everything that's wrong in the world, you're gonna go after flight simmers. Let's go load the airplane. Otherwise, I will start commenting on things and could really go off. Crowd strike for VATSIM. Let's stop fucking around. Hello, Viz. Thank you. There, thanks, Loviz, for being here. No fucking around today. We're gonna take off and do some flying today. All right, that looks really good. Let's go and do second. I think we do, I think this is what we do here. So now with this, we activate, after the first page, we activate the secondary and execute it. And now we're in the active flight plan. Blue Angels, there is a page that you can go to. So the page is over here, Blue Angels, if this is what you're asking about, to get it on. They've got a page up and it shows, you know, what's working and what's on, that kind of a deal. Oh, why am I not doing the Airbus hat? So it's really hot here at Spy HQ, and I just can't afford to keep the AC constantly cranked here. So I really only run it pretty, you know, I run it during the day. I'm not baking or anything like that, but I don't really kick it into high gear until it's live stream time, because my computer's working extra hard and it needs cool air. But it's actually, it says 88 degrees Fahrenheit. It's warm, and you can't see because the air quality is really, really bad right now because of air quality, wildfires and stuff. So the hats that I have are really nice, but they're winter hats. And quite frankly, sitting in here wearing them is just too hot. So I'm basically taking a month or two break off from hats. And then the hats will be back. So that's the only reason. It's nice that VATSIM radar is alerting us about. I think it's nice too. Yeah, Loviz is talking about VATSIM radar over here and just saying, hey, we've got a problem here, and there's the link to the status page. I mean, really, really nice, and that way, we know what's going on. Let's see. I've been yapping so much. What time is it? 18:20. My departure time's 18:35 Zulu. 18:35 Zulu. 1835. Okay, that looks good. Execute that, and I think that page is good. Let's do our fuel and zero fuel weight. So our zero fuel weight, this is going to be on this page. Hats bring out the bad jokes. I don't know, really? Are my jokes worse with hats and stuff? Let's see. VATSIM radar was glitching. Blue Angels, it's glitching for everybody. It's glitching for everybody. 106453. Okay, this is pounds. We need to go over to settings and go to kilos and then come back. I'm going to redo that. Yeah, it should be our zero fuel weight is 51036. 51036. There we go. Our center of gravity. Let's see. Our center of gravity is 24.9. Our passengers are 103 passengers today. 103. Looking good so far. Mad Muso is back. Welcome back, Mad Muso. It's been a while. Good to see you. There has, Martin. There's been a directed denial of service attack on VATSIM. And that's not just, some, thing. Somebody's being malicious. Somebody's being malicious. Is there a known issue where the heading mode gets stuck on despite selecting nav in the A220? Mr. Xenon, I haven't had that yet. I haven't had that happen yet. And I am using the wind control Boeing autopilot for it. So I am using that. But I haven't seen the heading mode getting stuck on yet. So I haven't seen that happen. Good to see you, Mad Muso. Doing good, thanks. And I hope you're doing well. And life is good, and all is right with the world for you. Fuel. I boarded 9808. I have 9810 in the tanks. So let's go with 9810 is what I put in there. Is that right? Oh, come on. $9,810. Yep, that's our fuel. Drum is here. Welcome aboard. Hi, Vincent. Better performance today. We'll see. I mean, we're not going into Chicago. We're not flying out of Boston during a big bad, big monster VATSIM event. So I bet the performance is a little bit better today. Let's see. Well, I think that, there's a lot of people that like messing with people right now. So there's a lot of that that's going on. And I think reserve and contingency, I have 511. Yeah, that's invalid. Okay, now is where it starts to become a pain. Okay, so I think we'll leave that blank, and it's just supposed to be 5% or something. Drum is back with a nice recharge. Well, a recharge. Thank you. Resub. Thank you. Thank you for so much support for 29 months, Drumma. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Nice 3-week school holiday. I hope that's a great holiday and you're doing well with it. Let's see. Let's execute that. That looks really good. We can go get our wins now. Flight plan wins. There's the Windsor aboard. Let's look at our route. Our route looks right. I haven't done the departure and arrival because we have to get a clearance. I don't know. Should we try CPDLC here? We are in Germany. EDDS ATIS. Information Alpha. Runway 7. When airborne, monitor 122.8. And what do we have? We do have a tower now. They do have a data link. Let's see if their data link is working. Do you think the A220 is worth buying? I'm having a blast with it. I'm enjoying this, but I like the new modern airplanes that are coming out. I really do. And this is absolutely a really nice modern airplane. Where is CPDLC? Here we go. This airplane will have internal CPDLC soon. All right, connect. So, system message, log on in SimBrief for successful. ATC, clearance, departure. All right, it's EDDS. We have information. Alpha. We are at stand 11. And I always say something nice in German, which is about all I know what to say. But I think it's been worth it for me, Vincent. If this is what, you really like, then it should be good for you too. Justice has done Denver to San Francisco. We're going to do Provo to San Francisco. We're going to do Provo. Let's also listen in. 118605. 118605. Four, 5, 118605. Always overtune these. Hey, I think we got a CPDLC. Let's see what it says. CPDLC message. Received request being processed. And look at that. We are cleared to Zurich off of runway 007 via the Zurich 3 hotel departure. I have the Kila, they said the hotel. We got to make sure we get the right one in. Our squawk today is 4125. 4125. Report Tobit on VATS. They want to target it off blocks time. So let's go get our Tobit. Mad Muso, was an awesome holiday. You had some shows. And now I'm going to confirm my departure time. And our window is about ready to, so let's go ahead. I'm going to accept our clearance. And let's finish this up. Okay, let's go and do departure and arrival. Flight plan. Departures. Runway 007. Sula 1 Hotel. It's the Sula 3 Hotel. And that's good. Martin is waiting for a few more updates. Justice did 4 hours away from Provo. Our arrival, right now we're expecting runway 14, ILS runway 14. But I want my transition to be the Relix 14. Real 14 instead of a star. And that looks good. And execute that. Now we go to the route page. And everything looks good on the departure. After Relix, we're going to Zulu Hotel 371. Copy that. Now let's try and grab it. And put it up there. And pop that in. And that should close our route discontinuities. And that takes us to the runway. We're good to go there. All right. Let's see. Big J, welcome aboard. Yeah, I'm having a blast with this airplane. Martin's on a 60 stream streak. Thanks for streaking. Philly J, is anybody getting too many clients connected to VATSIM? Yeah, Philly J, VATSIM has had a directed denial of service attack. I know that they're trying to sort through it right now, and we'll see how it works. Execute that, and let's get ready to rumble. APU starts. Hi, Lassick, welcome aboard. Yeah, somebody just decided it's time to go and be mean to VATSIM. Of all things. Okay, I'm going to start closing some doors. Doors closing. Yeah, it is. It is ridiculously sad. Okay, that looks good. Our next page is going to be the performance page. And with the doors closed, we're going to go and activate GSX and prepare for pushback and departure. Hi, Nomad. There we go. Prepare for pushback and departure. That's going to go and snag the jetway for us. Waiting for the GPU. Does anybody get the auto flight fault message? On occasion, yes. I don't know why. I don't know why yet. But I noticed that when I get everything set up, it seems to be fine. So it goes away when you get everything set up. Okay, important to monitor. And as soon as the APU is ready, get off of ground power. Remove the GPU. Chocks are clear. And that's good. We're going to go do takeoff performance. So like Nomad, on the taxi out, I've turned on everything except the auto throttle. And when I haven't done the auto throttle and stuff, when I get that auto flight fault message, I turn on the auto throttle, it goes away. So I think what that's sort of like is a takeoff config thing. I think it's like a takeoff config thing. Performance. All right, let's see. Stuttgart. Okay, our temperature in Stuttgart is 30 degrees. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Our winds today are 070 at 9. Good. Slats and flaps 2. Bleed source is going to be on the engines. Everything else looks good. V speeds are set. Flaps up speed is 191. So I'm going to go over here and go to 191 up here. 191. Our initial climb clearance today is 5,000 feet. That looks good. I need a chart. And our runway heading is 070, I believe. 071. I'm going to start my flight directors. Flight directors are engaged. And we'll do the rest in a second. Pre-flight. And I'm just going to get this done. I think we're all good to go here. So one of the things we learned yesterday is these checklists will change. They will change when you, they'll change when you are with delivery. Urjan Prince. Hey, Urjan, I hope I said part of your name right. Welcome aboard. Thanks for some nice cheers. Thank you for being so cheerful, and we are cheerful. Pauliot is here. Mahalo for coming in. Aloha. Do you know that Provo to San Francisco is an IRL route? Yes, that's why I chose it. In fact, I'm trying to start choosing lots of A220 IRL routes. Funny the way that works. QNH 1014. Okay, looking good. Let's listen in on the radio. I think we're almost good to go there. Let's see. I'm just going to do a fast squawk code here. 4125. 4125. Unusually tired. Pauliot is tired today. Well, we had an action-packed day yesterday, didn't we? Very action-packed. Hey, Blue Idol, thank you for coming on in. Okay, I think it's ready to go. Let's see if we can hear ATC. And let's do a last check of EDDS ADAS. 118605, are we good? Stuttgart ground, hi there. Swiss 441's at stand 11. We're an A220 with information alpha, requesting startup and pushback.
Swiss 441, ground, hello. I call you back shortly for push. Startup is approved.
Startup approved, thanks. We'll wait here for push. Swiss 441. Thank you. I forgot. I activated it, but I now have an Elevate X button over on the Stream Deck. So, hey, I'm making things better, faster. Yeah. Mr. Posh Martin is doing well working from home tomorrow as it's going to be hot. Not in the mood for taking the air fryers on wheels to work. I could imagine so. Okay, I think we're good. We're just waiting for them. Yeah, air fryers don't sound like a lot of fun with this heat. Let's see. One of the things that we could do is since we're waiting now, we could do the rest of our transponder TCAS and put a full flight ID in. SWR Flight 441. There we go. And that page is now done. I'll leave it on auto. What is the CPDLC standalone program that I use? Well, thank you. It is called... It is called Easy CPDLC.
For station, new departure frequency is 125050.
Okay, we got it. Easy CPDLC. And it works great.
Ground, Swiss 418 on mic, ready for taxi.
All right.
418, when clear,
I think we're ready to go.
Condor Airbus A321 Neo, taxi holding points, runway 25.
Irvi put in the link. That's exactly where you find it. Irvi, thanks for having the link. Really good.
India, holding point for, is that 7?
Or, oh, Pauliot, that's right. And that's the one I think that Loviz uses all the time. This is a CPDLC, and basically it just works for you right here. So you could use the web browser version.
Holding points, runway 25 via Mike, Lima 2 and Kilo.
So, actually, we're going to change direction. It's nose right, tail left. We need to change direction.
Negative runway 07.
Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
And we're waiting here. Next flight, if there's ATC, it's going to be really strange going out of Provo. So you talk to ATC, but you're not going to get your clearance until you're airborne. Okay, it's really, really strange. Really weird. But you don't get your clearance until you're airborne. So you got to be really on the ball and ready to go. We got a great little payware airport for it. We've had it for a while. But it was just so crazy before.
Condor 4806, contact tower 118-805, bye-bye.
That is our next frequency. 118.
Confirm 805.
805 is next for us. There are just so many cool things that are happening, you know, that are popping up for VATSIM and sim pilots now. Hi, Danny VDW. Welcome, welcome.
37 Charlie Delta, ground, hello, confirm you received clearance.
Always nice that they put a sign on the side of the building at an airport so that you know what airport you're at.
18805,
Battalion H. Did I say that right? Yeah, Battalion H. Hi. You want to buy the plane, but battalion? So
Swiss 441, push approved,
face east, push proof for Swiss 441. Thanks. Shall we go? Beacon.
Taxi stand 10 via
Cabin call. We're going to start rolling the airplane about. Let's get ready to rumble. Battalion, it's going to get better.
All engines clear.
It's going to get better. We're expecting an update on Tuesday, and a part of that update is going to be optimization. So that's going to be that. Starting engine number 1.
Charlie Delta, confirm you received clearance already.
I like the EFB, Big J. I actually like the electronic flight bag in this. I don't think it's quite as hot rocket and flamethrowing as, say, the EFB in as the EFB in the iFly 737 Max. That's a really, really good one. I like that one a lot. But will Tuesday not installed till Tuesday?
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set.
Unlocking gear.
And engine number 1 starts.
Banner 37 Charlie Delta, ready to copy.
Go ahead.
Banner 37 Charlie Delta.
I think they did. Now, one of the things that all of us sim pilots need to keep in mind is by the holidays, there might be another EFB that's going to be out that you can use with all of your airplanes. And I'm kind of jazzed about that. That's the EFBX from Katie Pilot. I can't wait to see what that's going to be like.
Banner 37 Charlie Delta, feedback correct.
And that may just totally blow the bar off the, whatever you blow the bar off of.
Left clear. Right clear.
Lufthansa 276, ground hello, information Bravo.
Starting engine number 2.
Hotel departure.
Engine number 2 starts.
Climb
Did you
via
watch the
5000
Lex Dix test? I didn't see that yet. He acknowledged some bugs but was blown away. That's part of what I'm loving. I'm really just loving the level of detail on the airplane. I've got the video saved in sort of like a little, you know, place where I queue up videos, and I'll see it eventually, but the level of detail in this airplane's amazing. Yeah, blows the bar off the pub. I guess that's, yeah, it'll blow the bar right off the pub. There you go. I have neglected to turn on my emergency exit lights.
Exit to the G80.
Via November, and I think we cannot take exit 2 because we are more than 29 meters.
In that case, I cannot offer you general aviation terminal. That's the widest.
Jim
exit
just
we have
arrived. Hi,
available.
Jim.
Roger, can
Lima
I
2 to
have,
Mike, Lima 2 and Kilo is going to be our taxi.
November, Bravo, Juliet.
Trim is going to be nose up 5.1.
Roger, 74, November 447 Bravo, Juliet, thanks.
Ground Runner 37 Charlie Delta.
Airports, ETAs, VSD, and traffic.
Stuttgart Ground Runner 37 Charlie Delta.
Okay, we got 2 good starts here. I'm going to go APU off. We need to close the cockpit door. Cockpit door is closed.
Calling, say again.
It's going to be flaps
Runner
2.
37 Charlie Delta.
It's going to be auto brakes to RTO. Everything's groovy there.
Okay, that's what I thought.
APU is
And we are ready.
off. Anti-ice. Auto. Flaps are set. We'll do flap controls. Flight controls. And that checklist is complete. I'm kind of speeding through so we can get out of everybody's way. Stuttgart ground, hello again from Swiss 441, pushed and started from stand 11, facing east, requesting taxi.
Swiss 441, taxi holding point runway 07 via Lima 2 and Kilo.
Taxi holding point runway 07 via Lima 2 and Kilo for Swiss 441. Are we ready to go? Let's go. Taxi light. Parking brakes. Hi, Marty. Thanks for coming in. Now someone needs to help Lex set up his sim so he's not a flight simmer. Uh-oh. I do plan to see that. I just haven't seen it yet.
Lufthansa 276, request pushback.
Lufthansa 276, push.
Sure, approved, facing west.
Zero pod. I know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. We get to go, right? And anybody over there? There's a Ryanair. They're not moving. 118.805 now for Swiss 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend. 118. And departure now is 125050.
VQ5 now.
118. Zero 50.
Wings 2850, join section India, contact tower 118.805, bye-bye.
Joining India at 118.825,
Stuttgart front hello, Condor 15 Tango with information Charlie, request clearance to Hamburg.
Condor 15.
It didn't tune the radio. Stuttgart Tower, very good evening. Swiss 441 holding short of runway 07, fully ready.
This is 441, Stuttgart Tower, hello.
hello, you're in
125050.
Stuttgart Tower, hello.
There we go. Let's see. Zero Pod says hydrate. Yeah, we ought to do that before we leave. Terminator's back into Flight Sim. You got a new PC. And you've got good max settings. Yeah, it's no fun doing Flight Sim and stuff when it doesn't work, right? APU bleed. FMS. I have not set trim. Trim is nose up. Nose up 5.1. Nose up 5.1. Flaps are set. Anti-ice. Auto brake. Thrust. Runway. Complete. Now we're fully ready. Congrats.
07 Turkish 345.
Swiss 441 behind next heading Turkish A220 on to final lineup wait 07 behind.
Runway 07 lineup and wait behind landing Turkish for Swiss 441. Having a devil of a time remembering all of my airline changes. Congratulations on getting a new system there, Terminator. There they are. I was wondering where the airplane was. Lego Wolf is... Lego Wolf, excuse me, on your way to EDDS. But yeah, VATSIM's cranky today. Strobes. Little oomph on the engine there. Terminator built the new computer all by yourself. Yeah, I know. If I were to do something like that, I would expect when I hit the on switch, there would be a mushroom cloud or something. I'd expect a mushroom cloud.
Tower, hello, we're ring 4 X-ray on final runway 07.
Ring 4 for the Stuttgart Tower, to final approach speed 1 departure.
Junior final approach to ring 4 X-ray.
This 441, wind 060 degrees, 8 knots, runway 07, cleared for takeoff, goodbye.
Runway 07 clear for takeoff, Swiss 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Romeo Foxtrot, taxi left on November and contact Stuttgart Ground on 118 goodbye.
Left on November 118 Turkish 3 Romeo Foxtrot.
Ring 4 Foxtrot X-ray, expected landing distance is 060 degrees.
Expecting landing clearance to ring 4 X-ray.
Hi, Mr. Jazz. Thanks for coming in. Happy Sunday.
Departing to the Airborne wind 060 degrees, 8 knots, runway 07 dispatch.
Good to land runway 07, ring 4 X-ray.
Wings 2850 behind next landing open.
Lima Whiskey, speed 220.
Speed 220 knots, kind of Lima Whiskey.
Langen radar, good Namen. Swiss 441 passing 3,000 for 5.
441 identified, climb to flight level 140.
Climb to flight level 140 for Swiss 441.
Charlie Mike, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Autopilot will not go on.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1014, contact to Charlie Mike.
Correct, contact 119.850, Joe.
Please repeat the frequency.
119.850.
119.850, contact to Charlie Mike.
Windmill 584, turn left
No
heading
autopilot.
070.
Left heading 070 with me 584.
Contact to Lima Whiskey, turn right heading 090.
Right, 090, contact Lima Whiskey.
No autopilot. Autopilot, finally! Maybe I wasn't pushing the button hard enough. I was thinking like, oh God, are we going all the way to Zurich with no autopilot? That would have been crazy.
Whiskey, turn right heading 190.
We're looking good.
Right, 190, contact Lima Whiskey.
Let's go to auto speed now.
Your wings 2850, 3,000 feet.
Wings 2850, identified, climb to flight level 140.
Climb on flight level 140, your wings 2850.
Auto heading hold. I don't know if that would have been the heading bug or not. Maybe I just wasn't clicking the button. Remember, I was like in this big wide view here, and I was coming over here trying to click it with the mouse, and maybe I wasn't clicked on it. Maybe that's why it didn't work. Hello there is in chat saying hello there. Hello there. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Is it wonky?
Flight level 900.
I don't know what's a bug or what's me screwing up. I don't, or just not know.
584, turn left heading 270.
I don't know if they'll make an A220 panel or not. Landing lights.
441, contact 123.010, John.
123.010 for Swiss 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too, goodbye. Contact Lima Whiskey, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descending to 5,000 feet on QNH 1014, contact Lima Whiskey.
One, 23010. Let's see. Enjoying the Sunday for sure. Hi, Senor Tomas. Welcome aboard. Mr. Flight D10. It is. There was a denial of service attack.
For the moment, hold your, yeah, you can hold there.
It was a denial of service thing, and it's, I think they're recovering, but they had a problem. Somebody was being mean.
Just to make it sure, you call me, Rod.
Ja, affirm. Delta Lima Delta.
Jo, jetzt haben wir's, danke. Lord 6 Papa Mike, Squawk 2652. Contact Langenrader 125.050.
I know, it's got a really good look, doesn't it?
2652 and
The airplane has a great look, doesn't it? It really does.
6 for Mike, contact Langhead Radar 125.050.
Langwetter 125.050, lot 6 Mike, tschüss.
Ciao. Condor 7 Whiskey Tango, Monitor Advisory, tschüss.
Advisory, Condor 7 Whiskey Tango, ciao.
Condor
Lange.
4-6, do you request any higher level or not? Condor 406, Roger, Monitor Advisory, tschüss.
Zero pod said to hydrate.
Lufthansa 905 Tango, Monitor Advisory, tschüss.
Monitor Advisory, tschüss. Lufthansa 905 Tango.
Again, good Nabend. Swiss 441 is at 14,000.
Swiss 441, Langhead Radar, hello, identified, climb flight level 170, proceed direct relax.
Proceed direct relax and climb to flight level 170 for Swiss 441. And the correct way to start a climb after it's leveled off is to hit flight level change. And we have to go direct to relax. Oh well, I guess it was better than going direct to XLAX. That was funny, right? Oh, you have to do 2 executes.
Condor 6 Mike, descent via star, flight level 100.
It takes 2 executes to make it do the turn. It would have been crappy, wouldn't it, Nomad? All right, so far so good. Let's see what the VATSIM status panel says. VATSIM status says that it is still a problem. Let's hit refresh. No changes. Good thing there's not a really big event right now. Hi, Nerd Bart. Thanks for coming by. Justice is doing Ehan to Minneapolis. Boy, that's a long way.
proceed direct 0.
6435, direct 0, Spirit
I forgot to set my transition altitudes. A lazy pilot. $5,000 feet.
Diese 6 Mark Echo approved, report back.
And coming in, $8,000. And that needs an execute too. All right, good. We got that taken care of. This looks good. 17,000 feet. Let's do seat belts and devices off. Nav beacon strobes, nose lights, landing lights, cabin pressurization. Cabin is pressurized, not hurting our passengers. That's good news. Mr. Flight D10, thank you for posting that. That's the latest one.
Swiss 441, leaving my airspace, monitor advisory, tschüss.
Advisory for Swiss 441, thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too, bye-bye. Eurowings 2 Yankee Langhead Radar, hello, proceed direct, Gebno.
Direct to Gebno, to Yankee.
Langhead Radar, good day, Osprey 532, direct
122.8. Anything ahead? LSZH. Well, things are good to go at Geneva, but nothing at Zurich, so we'll have to do our own thing. Mr. Flight at D10, thank you for popping that in. Justice is doing Amsterdam in 9 hours. We're actually, this is a really short flight. Our next flight's going to be longer. It's Provo to San Francisco. And let's come over here. And 33 miles to go. This is a fast flight, isn't it? So we're going to do the RNAV transition. We don't want to give, that's right, no coronaries either, right? 4,000 feet at Osnan. We are in VNAV, so I'm going to go 4,000 feet, let the airplane do the descent for me. And let's go and get some weather. No heart attacks. That's against company policy. My flight and METAR. Okay, so the winds right now are 050 at 6. 050 at 6 and 29 degrees. +5. All right, and then we need an altimeter setting. The altimeter is 1013. And that doesn't need to change. Set our speeds for, oh, nope, flaps 4. And speeds for landing, and we're good to go there. After takeoff checklist. ECAS was cleared, and life is good. Whew, crazy. Big J, gonna stay in the A220 or switch to the iFly? I'm gonna stay in the A220 for Provo to San Francisco, and then the Twin Otter for the beer run today.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Hydrix just did a nice resub. Hydrix54 has been here for 5 months. Thank you for a 5-month resub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for coming in today. And happy Sunday, right? Okay, speeds are set. 20 miles to top of descent. Bringing the map a click. Senor Tomas is going to see Odyssey today. Now, since there's no ATC, Buckeye says to Stretch, can I do another hydrate? Instead, I've noticed with the smoke and stuff, I've been drinking lots more water and tea and stuff like that because it's been like really, really annoying. There's so much you can taste it. There's so much smoke that you can taste it. Very, very annoying. And we're done with the heated mug today. Not in IMAX, but Senor Tomas gets to see it, and it will be in 70 millimeter. They are really nuts, aren't they, Will? And if you'd like to see all the whining, what it's all about, NASA has an incredibly cool website now. Sorry about that. NASA and the Forest Service, I think, have done this. I just put in a link so that you can see. So all of the fires out here in the west, and we've got a few in central and eastern Montana, and now Wyoming, that's new. But this kind of gives you an idea why there's so much smoke and why there's so much, why there is so much whinage. And, hate to say it, but really sorry why my voice is sounding so sexy. Sorry. Irvi said it. We're in a weird mood today. So, Senor Tomas finally got a little rain in the Midwest. Top of descent coming up here. That looks really good. Perfect day for simming, isn't it? Okay, looks like we're good for our descent. Let's do descent checklist. FMS is set. I have not set minimums. I have not set auto brakes. So we got to do minimums and auto brakes. I should probably do those things before checking them off. So, you know, that's probably a good safety tip. Let's see. Let's do charts. And we're expecting the ILS runway 14. And minimums are on this side. Category 1, 1,610 feet. 1,610 feet. One thousand 1610. So if I'd wanted to be a better pilot, I should have gone in and done those things. I should have done. Are you descending? No, of course you're not. This is the second time this has done this to me. I've set it up and I had VNAV active and it did not do the descent. So I'm doing something wrong. And now you can see we're also getting some performance hits now. Very annoying. Hi Saeed, thanks for coming back. Happy Sunday. Currently doing a mission in career mode. And Irby says mission is to take the Cessna 152 to 14,000 feet. That's a little high for a Cessna 152. Did you bring a bottle of oxygen? You're just gonna have to pedal faster and faster, Irby. That's just, you know, you're gonna have to pedal faster and faster. Let's see here. So our departure out of Provo. Yeah, Zurich is offline. So we'll just do our arrival and be good pilots there.
Traffic, Swiss 5 Golf Mike, taxiing to holding point runway 32 via November, Foxtrot Alpha, crossing runway 28 and hotel to holding point runway 32.
Okay, there's tower data at Salt Lake City, but we're going out of Provo. I don't see any ATC yet. VATSIM is back. It's still having some troubles right now. But it, let's see, I just did a refresh. So it's still having some problems right now. But it's coming back, Jerry. Yeah, you'd burn all the fuel getting to that altitude. Seatbelts. Let's do the logo light too. If we put on the logo light sooner, management will come and bring more chocolate.
Hotel, Airquist, clear 14, Hotel 2, hold short of hotel for any jet. That's going to be going to 32. There.
1013 on the altimeter. I think we're going a tad fast now. I would like us to start slowing down a bit. This is an insanely slippery little airplane. We appear to be high on the arrival. The there's 210 on our turn. We could be going a little faster on the descent airplane. I do have the speed brakes out. You can see they're out pretty good. That's what it looks like under the speed brakes. Do not land 14. They're mad here about not using real world ops. I checked it 3 times today. I've checked it 3 freaking times. Did they flip the runways? All right, so LSZH, right? Zurich. Look at the map. What is it this time? All right, they have switched it. It looks like we're now landing on 28. Wonderful. Okay, so we got to switch to runway 28. LSZH. IAC. Runway 28. All right, let's see where we are here. Okay, how are we doing?
Zurich traffic, Swiss 5 Golf Mike, crossing runway 28 at Kilo, Zurich traffic.
All right, let's go ahead and change. So we're gonna stop at 7,000 feet. And we're gonna go and do heading hold. And let's turn south to 180 and break off the approach. Always love a runway change. Retriever Neil says, be careful, landing nose can lift up the end. All right, let's go and reprogram the arrival now. Flight plan. Arrivals. We are now expecting runway 28. ILS 28. We're going to make it vectors, and that's all we're going to do. All right, we got that. And now it wants to, okay, so 210 knots, 7,000 feet.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 5 Golf Mike, taking off runway 32, Zurich traffic.
So now we're heading south. And we'll just kind of go around the airport, I guess. I think that's the best thing that we can do here. How did you get vPilot to connect? Lofter, I tried a few times and it worked. Let's see. Christian, welcome aboard. All right, this is looking good. Oh, altimeter, right? Yeah, altimeters. 1013. 1013. Altimeters, good. No, I'm using SimApp Pro, Marty. It's SimApp Pro. So Lofter, I tried like 3 times and it connected. So that's how it worked for me. Housemate just called me by my full first name. You are so screwed, Irvi. Seriously, get out of the house right now. If you've got a bomb shelter, you know, one of those, you know, an Anderson left over from World War II, I'd go hide out there because you're in bad shape. Buckeye says stretch. Let's do that. Oh, okay. Okay, we need a bigger map here. So what we're going to basically do is go a little bit south and then come back in behind it. Yeah, you could hide at Poliot's place. Hi, Mikey J. Welcome aboard. Hydrate as well. Flydrate, that's what we call it, right, Mikey J? That's right. You know what, Irvi, you're right. Poliot's got a new vault now, and they're not doing anything with it. So there you go. Hydrate. Thanks, Mikey. All right. That looks good. Really good. Right turn 180. 090, I mean. 090. One of the things that I've noticed about this airplane is I have been able to make changes to the flight plan if I've needed to. Now then, let's see here how bad off we are. So LSZH, Zurich, arrivals. Southwest, all right, not Southwest, Swiss. 1922, 1924, 1933. We're good. So there's an EasyJet. Are you coming into... they're going to Lips. That's not a factor. So basically we're looking good. Now then, let's see what our altitude's supposed to be. Descend and maintain 5,000, please. And let's just do flight level change. She's never called you by your full first name. Normally it's Mark or Irv. Yeah, I would pack your bags too. It's gonna get bad. You just know that. Sorry, but there you go. Let's see.
Traffic on 5 uniform Delta, we catch runway 28, runway 16.
Zurich traffic, hello there from Swiss 441. A beam of the airport switched over to runway 28, and we'll do downwind, crosswind final and get ready to land. Number 2 for the runway, Zurich. And there's the airport right over there. Hi, Zurich. I'm going to turn it out by 10 degrees. How was your EDDS departure? Copper came in with FedEx as we were taxiing out. Not bad, Copper. Good ATC going out. They were really nice. It is back. When I get Thomas instead of just... That's right. Whenever they use your big long name, you know you are so screwed. The hard part for Irvi right now is figuring out, okay, what was it I did again? I don't know. And if if you're at home and you were a kid and mom used both your first name and your second name, at that point it was sort of like, you know, you're about ready to disappear into, you know, some level of hell or something. It's going to get bad. You just knew that something bad was going to happen. Hey, Rambo Monkey, welcome on in. I've been really leaving my speed brakes out way too much. Okay, altimeters are checked and set. Landing gears next. When your mom used to shout your full name, you would run away for a few days. I can imagine so. Okay, let's bring in the map another click. Yes, 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 we know there's a discontinuity. Quit yelling at me. Will that clear it? Will it get it off the... Oh, it got it off the map too. Nope, left it over on the map though. ZLP7 says rise the zero gravity indicator. And I always was so amazed that I would even be in any trouble at all because I was such a little angel as a child at all times. Zurich traffic, Swiss 441 is turning left base for runway 28, Zurich. (180).
2500.
A beautiful night in Zurich. The autopilot, let's see, what is our frequency? It doesn't look like it loaded it in. 109.75. 109. (109.75). Now then, course heading. I have not had to dial that in yet. A course heading.
2500.
Don't know where I would do that.
$2,500.
Let's activate the arrival.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
Approach is
noted.
active. Flaps 2. Somebody just did something nice. Landing gear going down. It was Planet Coops is back. Hi, Planet Coops. We are in the A220 and we're on our way into Zurich. Okay, let's see. A220 is like a 737. I can set the frequencies here. I can't change the heading on that. And flaps and cabin. And we're gonna call that checklist complete. Holy cats, it just took off and is going, all right. Autopilot. We're flying it in manually, folks. This is why you get everything done in advance. Okay, what do we decide for landing?
2,500.
146 to land.
$2,500.
Auto brake set. Gear down 3 green. Wait, is it 3 green here? It's in the ACP menu. Thanks, Caps. I don't think I have time to set it now. We'll just have to fly it by the seat of our pants. Which on the internet could cause you a little bit of trouble, given the fact that some people on the internet are free spirits, so to speak.
$1,000.
Zurich traffic. Swiss 441 is short finals for runway 28 landing Zurich. It is. It works with the wind control application. Now it's not perfect.
Wir verbleiben from Stuttgart. Frankfurt at 4,500 feet. Feet will enter the KSFO for landing on runway 32 Hotel 1 approach.
Zurich traffic Hotel Bravo Sierra Golf Sierra, same as Hotel Bravo Sierra Golf Oscar.
Are you sure you're landing on runway 3?
It is the Hotel 1 procedure in Zurich.
If anyone is taking off in the meantime, no worries, we'll hold over Echo 2.
$500.
Relatively stable.
$400. $300. $200. Auto throttle. Auto throttle. Light slope. Light slope. Light slope. Approaching minimums. $50. 30, 20, 10.
That was actually the better landing that I've had in this thing. I'm surprised it was that good. Zurich traffic runway 28 is now clear. Taxi to parking. We're going to the South Terminal. Happy landings, Zurich.
Thank you very much.
And landing lights. That was not so bad. Could have been worse. How? It could have been raining. Yeah, it's the airplane. I think that once we get the performance update, I'm really hoping that it's going to be a good deal. We were successful.
Oscar, is there any traffic departing 32 in the next 3
Nav,
minutes?
beacon, logos, strobes, everything's good to go up there. Let's get a gate and try this Provo departure. What could possibly go wrong? Plus, there's a whole bunch of new liveries out for Breeze Airlines. So there's a bunch of new liveries at flightsim.to for Breeze.
Oscar Echo 2.
Mr. Jazz, it was a little bit bumpy, and yes, nobody was hurt. No pixels were damaged on this landing. So, you know, with no pixels being damaged, that's really good. And you can see coming into this airport, there's all sorts of little scenery burps. All right, we'll get some ground guidance going in. Nose light off. Don't want to blind the ground crew. And we've had folks from real world ground crews that come in and say, oh yes, turn off your nose light. They're pilots for, you know, it really will blind them. It's very, very bright. Parking brakes, good to go there. And we've got the APU up and running, right? Let's go and verify it so we just don't turn out all the lights. APU is at 100%. Engine number 1, engine number 2, transponder is on auto. So we'll do the nose light is off, the beacon is off, seat belts can go off. We already turned off devices. So that's really good. Come over here, go to ground gear. All we need is chocks and a ground power unit. And then we can have GSX. GSX should deboard. And we'll open the doors here. And everything's working great. I really am hoping that they do get the performance up on this. If they get the performance up on this, this is going to be a really, really, really great airplane. Really want to buy a control panel in FMC. Any recommendations? So that's kind of a hard one to try and get them to work, you know, like one single one. There's some things that don't look like either Airbus or Boeing that might be a better choice. I mean, right now I do have an Airbus autopilot and a Boeing autopilot and an Airbus flight management computer, a McDo. That's about it. That's all I've got. And I'm able to do pretty much anything. There are a number of airplanes, though, that I just won't even use a autopilot with it. I'll just point and click on the screen. I think it kind of depends on which airplanes you like the most. If you're more of an Airbus person, lean toward Airbus. Boeing, lean toward Boeing. You know, that kind of deal. I think that that's about as good as it's going to get right now. There might be somebody that does go and creates a generic something or other. If you look over here, Look in the jetway. You can see people are walking down the jetway. So GSX is doing that while we're unloading. So I see folks walking down the jetway over there. Pretty cool. Landing rate wasn't so great. Probably not going to be that way for a while. Maybe after Tuesday our landing rates will be better. The best that you can hope for right now is, did you land on the spot? And as you can see, I landed way early, because there just becomes a point where you can't control it and you're going to go and smack it into the ground because frame rates are going to be so bad. Let's go to Provo. And this is, somebody in chat pointed out, this is actually a real world flight that Breeze Airlines does. We do have a payware for both Provo and San Francisco, so that should be good. I don't think I saw any ATC. Let's come over here. All right, Denver is up. Everybody else is quiet. You know, that's fine. We had huge ATC yesterday. I actually don't mind a Sunday. Senor Tomas, I think that the answer is yes. I don't entirely know how. There's lots to read. Let's see what's happening at San Francisco via Digital ATIS. San Francisco. Happy Sunday, Irishman. Thanks for coming by. Super duper happy Sunday. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Okay, 28 right, 28 left is what we have there. Now, I don't know if there'll be anything to see, but another way to check and see what's going on at an airport that's not listed, KPVU. We can use Flight Radar 24 and look at the map. Sighting. Oh, okay, yeah. All of my products right now are wind control. I have throttles from Thrustmaster right now, but that's kind of what I got. Okay, we got a real world jet here. This is a SkyWest. This SkyWest is going to Dallas. It left the gate area. So real world, it looks like they're departing on runway 13. Sometimes you gotta kind of Sherlock Holmes what's going on. So Provo's got a SkyWest going out. Okay, so we've got an idea of runways. I think we're ready to go. Let's do Microsoft Flight Simulator. Irby says yes, the A220 can auto land. Both the A220 100 and 300 models are certified for low visibility automatic landings down to category 3A and 3B. If it's category 4, you're pretty much screwed, and best to hope that they develop transporter technology before you're landing. Just saying. Let's try and do a flight plan. SimBrief still works just fine, even though VATSIM's having a couple of burps. Okay, so we're going to be in our A220 300. We're going to be Breeze, which is Moxie, MXY. And we're going to be our normal number. We are at KPVU Provo. We're going to KSFO, San Francisco. So runway 13 28 right. My guess is they would probably put us over on the left side since we're not a big jet. So I'm going to just switch it to the left side, but be prepared for anything. My 15 minutes taxi out, 15 minutes taxi, and that's going to be okay. Fuel planning, there's no VATSIM ATC. Let's just put 15 minutes of, something crazy might happen. Let's just have it in the tank. And let's get ready to rumble. Hi, Carlwyn Davis is checking in from New Zealand. And 29 days till birthday, and it is minus 1 degree Celsius in Christchurch. Yeah, so where Carlwyn is, it's wintertime. Guess what, Carlwyn? It's not winter here. It's almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit, 32 degrees Celsius, but oh my gosh, is it smoky. Air quality is about ready to go to poor here at Spy HQ. Yuck. And yeah, I'd still kind of taste it in the air. Current plan. Looking good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-filing still works pretty good. No problems there. 36,000 feet. 36,000 feet. And filed. We're good to go there. I will put this in chat for you if you want to look at all the numbers. And have a copy of a flight plan that's about as close to real world as us mere mortals are going to get. RVN Jaeger, the weather camera, that is a small camera that I have in the window of my apartment. And it looks out towards my airport. And it has degrees Fahrenheit on the left and degrees Celsius on the right. And normally that view is a lot clearer. So you see the trees and they're not, fuzzy and white. They're green and sharp. And the sky is blue. That's why they call it Big Sky Country here. But because of the wildfires, it's pretty nasty out there. So that's a little weather cam. I used to do the weather on TV. I like to have a weather cam. Just do. I'm a bit goofy like that. That's right. There has been snow pictures. I've had snow pictures before. Okay, here is our route. We're departing on the Diddy 1 departure. So it's Diddy 1. Do diddy all you want to there, and we're coming in on the Diamond 5 to 28 left. We're going to have 140 passengers and 13,600 pounds of fuel. Let's come on over and clear up our notes. But yeah, you would have seen snow on that camera before. I don't need Langen radar. I don't need a climb and maintain. It's going to be gate 004. And we know runway 13. We know runway 28. And that's clear. We probably should come back and do another Stuttgart Sunday someday. Just because. Let's see, that airplane that we're following would land at gate Delta 10. So we need to put in gate Delta 10. Hey there, Pyroblaster. Are there any videos on YouTube of weather reporting? On my channel, you're going to have to go back a little bit in the history of the videos on my channel, but I've got what's called my last demo video that, TV people use demo videos to get jobs. The last one that I ever made is still on there, and it's on the 757 Spy Flight channel. Pilot Skivvy, welcome aboard. Good afternoon, evening, or morning. I hope I said the name right. Thank you for coming in. Okay, nothing else to change here. Let's see. Out of the box, Tim Dog just put in a great answer. Thank you for popping that in and taking the time to type all that out. That is a much better answer than I could have given. Absolutely. We're going to run out of in-flight beverages on this flight. Fortunately, we've got a long part of the flight. So, let's see. We got a QXE Horizon flight, an E175 just departing out of our hometown airport. Saw another 767 from UPS show up on the old flight wall recently. Really enjoying the flight wall there. Hey, Irvi, thank you for putting that in. Is that it? Thanks for finding it. But really cool to see UPS 767s at our small little airport. Tim Dog doesn't have any of the FMCs because I use my iPad for remote FMC. It doesn't have the same tactile feel, but it universally works with multiple planes. Some do require a software purchase, but it's a lot less than the cost of a hardware FMC. Plus, by not having anything with a tactile feel, it eliminates the possibility of me telling a tacky joke about it. You knew I was going to tack that on, right? Is any plane any better on performance? Yeah. So this airplane's got performance problems. It is. There are performance problems. We're hoping that it gets fixed on Tuesday. Because beyond that, it's a great airplane with lots of cool stuff to learn. It really is. So, but the Phoenix is a really awesome airplane. The Phoenix works great. The iFly 737 MAX works great. I'd say that the MD-11 is a good performing airplane, and the PMDG 777s are very good airplanes. So there's a bunch of them. Right, the Fokker F100 is another good performing airplane in the sim. So there's some good ones, and I hope they add this one to the list soon too. All right, there is a Breeze KPVU. So you gotta understand, the last time I was at this airport, it was pretty bad. It was a bit of a mess of that flight. It was actually a really big mess, and I was a real idiot because I just did not know what I was doing. Had no clue. Especially the part when it came to we were getting our clearance after departure. Now, there's no ATC, but holy moly. Kuma, I'm sorry to hear your cat just died. That always, it's like losing a family member. Our fuzzy, furry friends, they're like family. They really are. Growing up, our family had a little dog. It was, great little dog. I miss Dusty to this day. Was such a cute little dog. Super personality. Just always, this big smiley kind of a dog and stuff like that. So, yeah. That's never easy. That is never easy to have to do, Kuma. Pilots, you lost your dog last year. It is. It's very hard to lose a pet. Very hard to lose a pet. I mean, unless it's, one of those, animals, some of them are like devil child animals and stuff. We were very lucky. I think that probably all pets are really great pets and stuff. It's the humans that make them, devil child things. Okay, so we're going to come over here. I'm just waiting for everything else to finish loading in. I don't see anybody at the gate. Let's start the flight. And as somebody pointed out in chat, this is a real flight. McManser says, life is a series of pets. George Carlin said that. Welcome to Provo. There's our cute little breezy plane. I always like to sit here and just let the sim keep loading. Even though the sim says that it's ready to fly and stuff, I always don't feel like it's really ready. I feel like it's still loading stuff and still processing stuff. I wish they'd change it so that, and even if that means we have to wait another minute or two. Yeah, it's like a non-towered field, Tim Dog. And it actually explains part of this in the charts. We'll look at that as soon as we get in the plane. All right, let's see if VATSIM's going to let us on. Might not. You missed pets for a long time. Like I said, I mean, this was a long time ago. I still miss little, Dusty the doggy. My sister also had this really great cat named Max. Max was a Russian blue cat, and Max was a trip. I mean, everybody thought MXY 441. Max never thought Max was a cat. Max thought Max was a human, and would sit there and carp at you, meow, 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 and stuff. Was just hilarious. Absolutely love Max. Hey, look at that. We got a Breezy Jet going out. Hi, Breezy Jet. See you later. You got banned on a roleplay server. Oh, really? I remember you saying that. I don't know that much about it. So this is an airplane that you get from TO. And you can see that the cabin, this is what a Breeze cabin looks like. Let's have GSX give us a jetway. It will automatically turn on my ground power. So if you look here, you can see it's available, but as the jetway connects, it will automatically go, the external power will go from available to on. I don't know what that is, but that's just what's happening with the airplane right now. Radu Christian, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for just coming in. Okay, there you go. You see? Now it turned on the power. Just does that automatically. Battery 1, battery 2. And it also, the nav lights are always on this airplane. So they're always on.
Detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Okay, so there's our flight plan. That looks really good. Next page is the load sheet. I bring that in. It says kilos. We need to go to settings, and I need to switch this back to pounds. And we're going to have 140 passengers. Our zero fuel weight is... Let's do a re-import of the numbers. So let's see. The flight plan said 114.50. This says 102.10. Okay, I can live with that. That's not a problem that it's just different, but I really care about the fuel. It's 13,628, and that is spot on. So it must be a difference in the way SimBrief calculates the number of passengers and stuff as opposed to the airplane. I'm also going to open up my cargo doors. just cuz. And let's go to charts. Now here's where it gets a little dicey. Provo. Airport ground. SID. And our departure is the Diddy 1. Diddy 1. It's loading. I'm going to pin it. So what we're doing is we're departing south to Diddy, and then we go to DTA. That's Dolly. Wouldn't it be great if the other one was Llama? There's TCH. After Diddy, okay, I misread it. We do go south to Dolly. I wonder if this Dolly opens and closes its eyes. Yeah, you knew there was going to be a dumb joke about that, right? You just knew that was coming. Couldn't help myself. Now, over on SID procedures. Okay, we got an initial climb clearance over here of 9,000 feet. So 9,000 feet, let's put that in our notes. And then our transition at Diddy. And then we go to DTA. We're not doing any of those transitions after that. Expect filed altitude 10 minutes after departure. And that's all we have over there. Let's see. Let's see. That departure sounds very wrong. It does sound very wrong, doesn't it? I found all of the information here over in the Jepson charts. That's just obstacle departure. Okay. I know that you get your clearance up in the air. We'll just fly it, and I don't know where to fly it here in these. Find it in these charts. Okay, so our star coming into, it's the diamond arrival, which I've got to think there might be a diamond girl involved. Diamond RNAV arrival. And our approach is 2-1 right or left. I got the wrong one. Oh, it's 2-8 right or left, not 2-1. So I'm going to grab the left one first. ILS 2-8 left. And then I'm also going to get the right side just in case they flip us to the other runway. Airport ground. And we're going to, the gate that this flight will go to is D10. So D10, A, B, C, D. Oh, right in the middle. That's convenient. And airport parking, D10. D10 is right over there. Boy, that's couldn't get more convenient than that. All right. I think we're ready to go. So nav data is current. Let's do the power on flow, electronic checklist, APU, ground. Up, I haven't done the hydraulics. So hydraulic 3A, 3B, and 2B need to go on. And that checklist is complete. It's upset that we haven't given it a place to, we got to do flight plans, so we start with secondary and flight plan and uplink and sim brief. Clearance in the air. That makes no sense. The chart supplement says to contact Salt Lake Approach for clearance delivery when the tower is closed, and it gives you a phone number. Okay, so let me show you where I saw this, Tim Dog. Maybe I read it wrong. Won't be the first time, but let's go over and take a look at this. So airports, Provo. So charts, and let's see if I can find it. Was it the ref page? No. SID page. I looked at the Provo obstacle departure. Was that it? No. How about this? No. I know I saw it.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
George just did a resub. Thank you, George, for the really nice resub. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep my lights on here and being here for, wow, 80 months. 80 months absolutely blows me away. Thank you so much for the great support. Really appreciate that. I'm on TAA. I know I saw it. I read it earlier. I know I read it. I kid you not. I was here at the time I was reading it. I really was. There was something that said you would get your clearance. Here it is. Okay, it was in the Provo 4 obstacle departure. So this is the page. So it was the Provo 4 obstacle departure. And if you look down here at the bottom, and it says here routing at the bottom. This is where I kicked in here. From FFU VOR, it's Fairfax, not the FU VOR. From Fairfax VOR, expect clearance for filed route and altitude within 10 minutes after departure. Let's see if there's that on the Diddy departure too. Do a Diddy Diddy. From Diddy and then on transition, maintain 9,000 feet. Expect filed altitude 10 after departure. But I thought, so that's where I got that. It doesn't say on the Diddy, but remember, last time we were here and we felt like this tall because we didn't know what we were doing, we got our clearance in the air. It was so weird. So weird. So that's where I got that information. Okay, looking good. So let's see. This is Moxie. Flight 441. Moxie 441. Cool. Still need to get a clearance at FFU if ATC were on. Right. Now, we're okay at the moment because no ATC right now. Maybe it stays that way, please. I shouldn't beg. But Auto ATC did give us a squawk code, so you will get your squawk code there. I know, I shouldn't beg. We had a lot of ATC, so by the time Sunday rolls around, I'm ready for a day to chill. Just cause. Okay, let's come over here. Alternate is KSMurf, KSMF. And that's 11,000 feet. Our winds at cruise, 259 degrees at 31. Deviation is plus 14. And all that's good. Estimated time of departure, 14:30 Zulu. And that looks good. Tim Dog, you learned more about all that in your clearance delivery training. That was the confusing part because we weren't getting a partial clearance like that. Well, it was confusing for me because I was absolutely completely and totally clueless. I didn't know what we were doing. I had never been here before. I already know our runways. There's no ATC. I'm going to go and plug them in. So lucky 13 for the runway. Dua Diddy is our departure. And we're coming out at Dolly. And done. Let's do our arrival. Expecting runway 28 left. ILS 28 left. It's going to be the Diamond arrival via Inoue and Eddie. Better make sure it's Eddie. With my luck, it wouldn't be Eddie. So on the Diamond arrival, this puts us out at RGC. Boy, if I hadn't checked, we would have been so sunk. It's Archie, not Eddie. And done. And let's activate secondary and execute it. Let's go to the routing page. And then that part looks good. After Inoue, it's Diamond. I'm going to close that route discontinuity and execute it. Last page. After Archie, it's Ponky. And execute that. Senor Tomas, come back and tell us what you think of the movie, okay? Can't wait to hear what you think about it. Safe travels, Senor Tomas. Watch out for crazy people on the road. That's why we always say cleared to San Francisco Airport, because you can be cleared to a point on your route and expect further clearance later. Kuma wants a PlayStation 5 compatible joystick. You could. I think maybe you might want just a basic Xbox controller that works with so many other things, right? They do this in Provo. I've never had this happen anyplace else. I've never had this happen before. Okay, that looks good. Let's load the plane and go. Yep, I'm feeling jazzy finally. Airplane is loaded. Our zero fuel weight now is 114,390. Our center of gravity is 25.3. How do you input your sim brief into a vanilla 747? I have no clue. It's always a good time to feel jazzy, right, Mr. Jazz? Oh yeah, are you looking at these Thrustmasters? If you're new in Flight Sim, I would start with Thrustmaster. I might not do something like this. I would probably do something else that, you know, has the throttle and the side stick not attached. But really, that actually is a great way to get started. Tim Dog knew there was something weird here, but I'd forgotten what the issue was. We were all very confused. Yes, and I was so very confused. And that's no fun. So I've been, you know, psychologically scarred by this ever since. 140 passengers. Although there's so many other things we can be scarred by. Okay, the flight plan says 13,628 for fuel. We have 13,650. Always feel like the airplane wants the exact fuel in there. Taxi fuel is 270. And all those numbers are done. That looks good. You would hold it clear. I think that is probably a fair assumption. Now the other thing though is the pilot departing here, they wouldn't even go out and get into their airplane unless they're 100% sure of exactly what they're supposed to do, right? So, but yeah, I would imagine if there's a hold at FFU, which I still think is uproariously funny to say, but I'm not very grown up. I'm gonna close my doors. I'm going to start my APU. While the APU is starting, I'm going to go and put in my squawk code, which is 7754. I'm going to put in my flight ID a second time, MXY441. And I'm going to leave it on standby for the flight. It's just easier. Let's do CTAF. .3. Make that active. And 122.8 is set. Okay, that's a fast way to put that information in, and it's really nice. Let's see, we did get an initial climb clearance of 9,000 feet from the chart. Let's put that in. That's really good. Doors are closed. I say GSX, prepare for pushback and departure. Disconnecting ground power. Removing ground power.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Parking brakes are set. Shocks are gone. Done with that page. Really starting to get a little bit of my, kind of starting to get a workflow with this airplane now, which is nice. FMS, weather. Altimeter is 2996. 2996. I don't think I'm going to take this airplane on the beer run. Might be a little bit big for Saba.
Locking gear.
Going to be runway 13, lucky 13. The heading is going to be 134 degrees. I kind of feel like I have to set this twice. Maybe I'm setting it out of sequence. And we're going to go to manual speed to start. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Okay, we have to put in all of this. Charts. No. Main page. There's weather. Let's recycle. All right, winds are 100 at 100 at 6. The temperature is 37,996. 37 degrees. And we're going to go with bleed air on engines. V speeds are set. And that page is good. That's set over there. Let's just run this checklist because I'm sure I've forgotten something. We'll do the second one. Airplane documents. Emergency gear, gear pins, overhead panel, glare shield, displays, ECAS, altimeters are set. Center panel is groovy, pedestal and side sticks. And that's complete. Before start, departure briefing. Yeah, right. APU is set. Let's do seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. APU has got us. We are squawking mode Charlie, so we're clear on that page. Charts. Anybody here? Is it just us chickens here? It's just us chickens. Beacon? Yeah, those kinds of chickens right there. Parking brake is set. Checklist is complete. Let's go. Parking brake's off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will. Parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
Takes sometimes 2 minutes for this thing to spin up.
Disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
That's a pretty good start sequence for this. Oh, but it's still going. I pulled out a little bit too soon. I went back into the cabin too soon for that. Let's go back to map. Now we're good. Starting engine number 2. 9H Aviation, you mean the thing at the top of the screen? That is the overlay from something called Elevate X. We're using Elevate X, and that's what we're using for the flight. For monitoring and other information, it works pretty good. It's not bad at all. I'm using the free options on it, so what I'm using, what I'm doing with it, it'll work for anybody. I think the timing on this is probably closer to how long it takes to start. Yeah, I feel like the Max starts up pretty fast, right? I feel like the timing on this engine's more realistic. Definitely feel like that. So it's still motoring. The N2, now it's still motoring, cooling and heating. Now it's starting to go up. There's exhaust gas temperature. So I feel like the airplanes do start quicker in the sim than in the real world. Maybe it's because the pilots are watching the engines closer than we are, and they let the engine stabilize and make sure that they're happy that it's a happy jet engine before they start the next one. But I do agree with that. Oh, I forgot to turn on my emergency lights. Oh, I forgot to close my cockpit door. Jeez. All sorts of laziness here. Okay, that looks better. You're going to get the A220 tomorrow, 9H. So here's something to remember about it, okay, 9H? They're going to be doing an update on it Tuesday. So because of that, you need to be aware that the performance is something that they're planning to fix. And the performance is hurting a bit. Sometimes a lot. But I'm still having a blast learning about the airplane. It's really neat. All right, this is looking good. APU is off. Flaps 2. Auto brakes RTO. You're also not, that's right, they probably check things out a little bit closer on that first flight of the day. You're right about that, Tim Dog. APU, anti-ice is auto, flaps are set. We'll check flight controls. Nose wheel steering on. And ECAS is good. That checklist is complete. We do have to come over here and we have to do. So air should look good. Air looks good. Flight controls. It says flaps 2. And the elevators up and down. Ailerons right and left. Right or right. Right or left. That looks really good. Trim for takeoff is nose down 4.3. All right, that looks really good. And before takeoff checklist. APU bleed, FMS, trims are set, flaps are out, anti-ice, auto brakes, ECAS, thrust runway cabin, completed. We're ready to go. Taxi light. Cabin call. We're going to start rolling around. That's right. Whenever I always like to leave my flight deck door open because I'm always hopeful that the flight attendants are going to send up some pizza, but they never do. Status back to normal. Checklists are done. It's just a matter of do airplane things, right? So even at this dinky little airport here in Provo, you can see a couple little micro stutters and stuff like that happening. All right, let's go ahead and go flight directors, nav, VNav, auto throttle arm. Takes 3 button pushes of the auto throttle on the Boeing autopilot down there to get it on. So we got that going. .134 is our heading. It changed the speed. I'd like flaps up speed, which is 186. 186. There we go. Looks good. I give up on using Boeings in PlayStation 5. Possibly, that'd probably be, I don't know, I've never had a PlayStation 5. It seemed like performance issues come and go. It runs low FPS for a while, then it magically clears up, which leads me to speculate that it really is some sort of a fixable thing, that it's something that the developers can see and maybe fix, and it's going to be really good. You had better frame rates at Boston with all those planes than you had at departing Raleigh-Durham. So again, that tells me that maybe it's a fixable issue. And if it is a fixable issue, then I think that's awesome. We got a little bit of a turn here and a runway to cross. I think I'm the only one here. You can't use SimBrief? Well, yeah, if you can't even use SimBrief in it, that's no fun. I mean, that's, especially if you're going to fly in VATSIM, or even if you're not, I mean, being able to use SimBrief is kind of a big deal. Dad Game Time likes the Gravity song. Yeah, there's 2 versions at least of it, Dad Game Time, the one with lyrics and the one that's instrumental. Irvi says maybe SimBrief doesn't work with consoles. Colmy, Cusel, welcome aboard. First time in chat, welcome, welcome. Add just a little touch of throttle here. Still got a ways to go down to runway 13. Okay, let's look and see if anybody's coming. Got somebody up at Salt Lake, nobody here. So it's our airport essentially. If you're new to this flight sim thing, We're doing a flight after this in propeller airplanes, much slower airplanes. And we're going to be doing it on multiplayer. And we're going to be going to a couple of islands that are kind of hard flights, hard islands to land at, but we're in multiplayer, so anybody can come along. You don't get in trouble for anything. Mr. Posh Martin is doing Montreal to Quebec in an Air Canada, and you had a minus 61? Little warm. Dad, game time. I believe it's the MK Provo. No, it's vertical sim. It's vertical sim, Dad, game time. In fact, I think vertical sim was in chat with us when we were flying out of here. Vertical sim was in chat when we were having our big bad day there because we just got this airport. Okay, lucky runway number 13, right? If you click outside of this, it always puts those shades up. I think we're fully ready. Dad, game time. There's a link to Flight Sim add-ons. Provo traffic, Moxie 441 is taking off runway 13 on the Diddy departure. Provo. Strobes. Landing lights. Let's go. Throttles up about halfway. Seems to be the rule with the jets. Halfway, look down at your engine instruments, see if they're stable. When they're stable, push them up about 70%, and at that point in time, the auto throttle should take over, and away we go. I think when you do a derated takeoff this airplane, it really derates. Rotate. There's no way we could have slowed down to stop at the end of that runway. No way we could have done that.
Too low, gear. Too low, gear.
One of the things I've also noticed is on departure, when you're going out and you're doing your speech, you've got to keep up with the airplane. There's 180. And you can't climb too fast. It's not a sports car. It's really not a sports car. Auto speed. Flaps up. Let's do direct to Diddy. Direct to Diddy. Execute, execute. And let's do nav. AP. And let's let it just climb out. Flight level 360. There we go. And is it still climbing? No. Let's let it speed up and then well, wait a minute. Is there a mountain in front of us? No, there's really not a mountain there. Let's see. When you die at the palace, you die at the palace. That's Mel Brooks. Since when did sports cars fly? In that one James Bond movie, Scaramanga, Sibby's favorite James Bond movie, he had a flying sports car. Okay, it was more of an economy car at the time, but it still flew. Hi, O-Dreams, welcome aboard, and Wolfie's here. Welcome aboard, Wolfie. There's our speed and flight level change. And continue the climb. And thrust is good on that. After takeoff checklist. Aero Switzerland has arrived too. After takeoff checks are good, and that checklist is complete. Welcome in, Aero Switzerland. Still having stutters with the airplane. That's going to happen, and we'll find out on Tuesday if the stutters are done. Let's see, we've got nav is good. Let's go ahead and have it center up the heading. 10,000 feet, landing lights, nose light. Cabin call. 9H was thinking about the Jetsons. Always think about them. When are we going to get rocket cars? One to 2.8. And there's our turn. And we've made it out. So one of the things that currently has been going on is I've had the ILS set, but it hasn't engaged. It did so on the first few days, but it hasn't done that since. So something's weird about that. That's right, there is a current Tesla orbiting the Earth somewhere. Man, how times change. I mean, I followed that. I watched that launch, watched the video that came down from the car and thought, okay, you know, kind of a groovy little idea to use that as dead weight, which is what they needed. The whole reason is, okay, they were going to put a bunch of lead weight and junk up there. For, you know, the test of that rocket. They had to put some sort of a payload, so, well, let's just put a Tesla in there and put a space guy in there. And I thought it was clever then. it's really strange how much all of that has completely changed with that company and that guy. I just don't know what to think anymore. And then the other thing was the Dragon stuff. The Dragon works great. The Starship is you know, a cartoon episode. All right, looking good there, looking good there. After takeoff checklist is complete. And the air quality has just popped over another 2 ticks. It looks even worse out there. Ugh. And yep, like yesterday, I can actually start to taste it now. Blech. But, you know, it is wildfires, so there you go. You were wondering if they would bring it back? I think once you launch something out there, it's very, very difficult to retrieve it if you're talking about bringing the car back. Plus, one of the things is, and not a lot of people realize this about space flight, there's a lot of radiation out there. There's a lot of radiation out there. We're safe down here because the Earth has this amazing little thing called a magnetic field, and that protects us from a lot of cosmic radiation. So that car's probably seeing some pretty good deterioration because of that. So I don't know if you'd want to bring that back. I mean, there's still stuff out there and it will still look the same, but there's one guy that did a YouTube video using Kerbal Space. So remember before Apollo 11, they actually went out and they did a whole space flight. Apollo 10, they took it around the moon. They actually got in the LEM, started down for the moon, and you know where, you know when we hit minimums and we're supposed to go around in a landing in an airplane? Well, they took it to the minimums point right there. And then they did an aborted landing to see if they could blast back up. And they did. That was the whole point before they actually committed to a landing on the moon. Could they actually do a lunar landing abort and get back to the spaceship, which they did. Well, after that, they ended up, let's see, standard altimeter. So after that happened, they then basically decided they were going to do a let's run the engine dry of fuel. So they disconnected from the LEM and pointed it in some direction and then hit remote because nothing was coming back. They hit the button and it just blasted out until the fuel was empty, just to do that experiment. That LEM is still out there in space, on an orbit and stuff. Well, it's coming back to a point where it's going to be a little bit closer to the Earth. And I forget who did the video, but somebody did a nice video on YouTube about, with Kerbal Space. All right, so first of all, where is it? Well, where is it? Well, we got some pretty sophisticated space tools now. And so what we did is we took we went back. This guy goes back and he gets the records of Apollo 10. Where exactly were they? Where exactly were they at the time? What heading, inclination, heading and whatever. When they fired it off, and what was its velocity? Did they? Because we know that. And they took that. You feed it into a computer. And it basically gave you a pretty good ballpark of where that spaceship should be today. And I think they've confirmed that they found Snoopy the spaceship. So this guy goes and he takes Kerbal Space, and in Kerbal Space, you build a spaceship. Okay? You build your own spaceship. And this guy built a spaceship, launched it, and sent it out to find Snoopy at a special spot, rendezvous with Snoopy, pick Snoopy up, and bring Snoopy back to Earth. Now, it's going to take months and years to do this because we don't have warp drive and we don't have impulse engines. We don't just get to go. We have to do burn and coast and gravity assist. That's all we can do, which means it takes months and years to get around our solar system. But you could burn and coast and gravity assist to get your way out to Snoopy, connect to Snoopy, and then do some gravity assist and a little bit of a burn to bring it back, put it into a parking orbit here in Earth, and then we're going to have to figure out something that's big enough to bring Snoopy back down if we want to. So I think it's the guy that did it's first name is Scott. Again, it's been a long time since I've seen that, but it's kind of a cool idea and real space story, which is really neat. So that's what that's all about. And actually, though, Polyot has it on as a lawn ornament. That's right, stolen by aliens. It's going to come back in the days of Captain Kirk as V'ger. We need the aliens to come so we can reverse engineer their technology. Yeah. I mean, you know, we need Jeff Goldblum and his little Apple computer saying time's up with the countdown and stuff. 25,000 feet. I'm going to go seatbelts off. And here we go. Sunjammer says Apollo 9's lunar module is out there too. And magically, that's right. Well, Irby, I mean, they don't call it a universal USB, a universal hub for nothing. It's universal, right? Because we have the exact same connectors. Everybody's got USB. Yeah, you sometimes have to make trade-offs in your stories. A famous one we all know, and most of us, I guess, love the movie The Martian. Scott Manley, that's it. Eric, that's it. That's who did it. It was Scott Manley. Scott Manley channel did that video. You know, locating and retrieving Snoopy the spaceship. That's it. Thank you, Eric. That was going to drive me nuts all day. Scott Manley. Thank you. But we all love the movie The Martian. Well, the guy who wrote The Martian got interviewed by Neil deGrasse Tyson on Neil deGrasse Tyson's Star Talk. And one of the things that the guy said is, you know, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said, this is a pretty good movie. This is a pretty good movie. It's pretty accurate. It's a good movie, right? There's a couple of problems. For one thing, Mark Watney would have been cooked by radiation. And by the time it was time to pick up Mark Watney, because there's a bunch of radiation on Mars, and the HAB that Mark Watney was in was not enough to protect Mark Watney from the radiation. That's a big problem with going to Mars, is, you know, it's not like walking into Chernobyl, but there's a lot of radiation out there. So Polyot, okay, there's the answer. It's because USB is in fact alien technology that we got from the Roswell spaceship. That's it. That's how it is that we got USB. Yeah, we just gave it to the people from Apple that came up with different versions of it so that they could charge us, you know, recharge us every few years for the new one, which is essentially the same thing, right? Where did we? Yeah, USB. We got the original USB from the Roswell flying saucer. Apple changed it to USB-C so that they could make us buy a new one. 27,000 feet. Let's make the map a little bigger. There we go. Sunjammer says that Apollo 9 burnt up a few years ago. That's why there's interest in the Apollo 10 mission. Well, that's because Snoopy is out there orbiting amongst, you know, is way out there in the vastness of space. Hey, why do most alien movies all make them look similar? So when the powers that be decide we are mature enough for the truth, instead of getting the, oh my God, look at that, we go, oh wow, they really does look like the movies. You know, it could very well be that, you know, before the current round of idiocy in the world right now, you know, some of the past world leaders might have actually thought that, and maybe that makes a little sense. Right now, it's sort of like, I don't know. Okay, we also are climbing above flight level 350, so we have to do the high altitude climb above 350 thing. Well, yeah, it's also because, yeah, we're all being conditioned. Now we're just being ripped off and screwed. But then we were all being conditioned for the day that they were going to reveal that we have indeed been visited by people from the galaxy Andromeda, and they think we're really cool. And Sunjammer says because of that song from Close Encounters. Bum, 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 bum. Which is now running through everybody's head. Sorry about that. Polyot has a really great way to go in. It would explain certain leaders. Well, Men in Black, remember? Men in Black was explained to a few people. Uh-oh, Irby. Uh-oh, you got completely ignored and you got a dirty look. Irby is in the doghouse. Irby is in the doghouse. We got to figure out a way to help Irby. What could have possibly happened there, Irby? You never saw the Men in Black movies? I know, can't imagine what it was. Well, nobody ever likes being in the doghouse, Irby, so you've got my sympathy. One of the few reasons, one of the few perks to being me and being like totally alone in the world, so there you go. Sunjammer says there's a big sign on the dark side of the moon saying stay away, dangerous creatures. Yep. Mad Noob, release of another Ring video? What one is that? Oh, I don't know. I can tell you there are some men that do the same thing, Kuma. It's not exclusive to women, believe me. I used to work with male anchors in TV. Holy cats. Another reason why I always say how grateful I am that you have continued to sub and resub and gift sub so that I can do this and don't have to go back. Absolutely. This airplane does not climb like a Banshee. Right now we're just climbing at about 700 feet per minute. Oh, Ring video. I get it, Mad Noob. So did she find that there was another Ring video or something? Is there too much video out there, Irby? You didn't put it on your YouTube channel, did you? Mad Noob says to hydrate. Let's hydrate. No? Okay, Irby deleted it. I don't know why I'm thinking this, but I've got to wonder, did you do something? Because isn't the by-election coming up like really quickly? Does it have something to do with that? Did you say something? The bin election? I can't imagine it's that. I mean, there's nothing else going on, right? Nav beacon strobes, lights are good. I've done lots in the house today. I cleaned the bathroom and the kitchen. I hoovered the whole place. Man, doesn't Hoovering suck. Yeah, you've been good, haven't you? Yeah, isn't the by-election coming up at Claxton with, you know, the one guy and the other guy that's Count Binface? Dextro Gaming, welcome aboard. Happy landings. Thanks for coming in. Clacton on Sea. Yeah, isn't that coming up pretty quick? I even bought her favorite ciders to enjoy whilst watching her show. All right, this is a mystery, and I don't know. Maybe have you? Okay, you're in the UK, right, Irvi? That means everybody's got like a coat of arms and stuff, right? You could go put on your knight's armor, you know, and your helmet and everything like that, and you could walk in wearing full armor and say, I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry, tell me. And if you've got armor, you probably can't be hurt too bad. Slarty Bart. Yes, hoovering really sucks. And that was another joke. Welcome to the Spy Flight. You're going to close your door and hope that you're not murdered in your sleep. Kuma says get a riot shield. Maybe that would be safer. I don't know what's the favorite dessert, Irvi? Okay, I already know you said you got her favorite cider. What's the favorite dessert? And is there a store nearby where you can run out really fast, pick up the favorite dessert, put it on the counter, and a little note that says, I don't know, sorry, whatever, what did I do? Peace offering, and kind of go from there. Pauliot is going to be interviewed for the Netflix documentary. Oh, because of Irvi being murdered in sleep? She likes donuts, but all the donut shops are closed. Okay. Really? You can't get donuts at night? Akuma wants to know if it's going to be on the AMC crime thing. Oh, it's Sunday trading hours. Okay. Sunday trading hours. Man, there needs to be a special series of stores that are open 24/7, and the name of that chain should be In the Doghouse. And if you're in the doghouse and you've got an emergency of some sort, you should be able to go and get that. Honestly, it shocks me that you're dealing with that, Irvi and Pauliot. Again, man, I'm saying way too many things that could get me into trouble. I expect that to happen in the southeastern part of the United States, not in the UK, but, you know. I mean, it was really crazy. I lived and worked in Columbia, South Carolina for a couple of years. And in Columbia, South Carolina, there is the town itself, and there is outside of Columbia is a new county, Lexington County, and that's in the center of South Carolina. Well, there is this mall there, and the mall basically sits over the two county lines. So on Sunday, there is this gate that they pull across the middle of the mall. This metal gate, like, you know, a prison gate almost, bars. And the stores on the Lexington County side, now this is a long time ago, maybe it's changed. On the Lexington County side, they're closed and behind a locked gate. You can't even walk down there because of the blue laws. Everything on the other side is open and just fine. But yeah, the county line goes right through the mall. It's ridiculous. To be fair, if the store is less than a certain square footage, the employees less than a certain number, then they can be open. Do we get a cut, Mad Noob, of my new shop? Yeah, my new series of stores in the UK called, you know, Out of the Doghouse. And it contains all sorts of things that are proven to get people out of the doghouse with significant others all over the UK. Whether that be Guinness or something else. Okay, 35,000 feet. So we come up here and do wing anti-ice to off. And checklist is complete. And 36,000 feet. We are 398 miles from San Francisco. About an hour of flying. We are 278 miles from top of descent, and that should happen at 2150 Zulu. It is now 2105 Zulu. So we've got a lot of desert to look at. Which is too bad. I mean, if it, you know, if I pronounced it different, instead of a whole lot of desert, it would be we have a whole lot of dessert to look at. That would work. Anthony says that most of the petrol stations, though, are 24 hours. So you should probably be able to get something there. The Sunday trading laws will be abolished in the UK soon enough. They are antiquated and from a time when church and state were heavily intertwined. Well, it's good to see, I guess, that there's some progress on that, and I don't want, you know, people are entitled to their beliefs and stuff. But when it, you know, it's like in the United States, you know, we talk about, you know, free speech laws and all that, and it's sort of like your right to wave your arms stops at my nose. So at that point in time, it's sort of like, you know, you're entitled to any belief that you want and to observe whatever you want to observe in your life. Except for, like, you know, eating cats or something like that, but still. So it's kind of cool. Kuma says there was a supermarket chain in Portugal called Continent that did that for 40 years, but they stopped due to thugs using them to do drug deals. Really? They did that, Kuma? Well, I mean, points, I guess. Points for imagination, I guess, but yeah, if you don't want to go to certain places, you shouldn't have to. On the other hand, I shouldn't have to live by all sorts of different beliefs. Patchamuse Prime, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. So VATSIM's had some trouble today. There was a DDS attack, and there's still a tab up here saying that there is a problem. This is going to be VATSIM radar, and if we come over to this page, you can DDoS. We can hit refresh, and you can see it's still a thing. They were cocky, thinking they didn't need CCTV. Kind of amazing what happens when you put a CCTV camera up there, right? If you're having a problem. There was one place that I worked, and it had an employee lunchroom and a little kitchen, and it had a refrigerator. And one of the things that happened at this place is we had a problem with people stealing other people's food. You know, that would put their lunch in the refrigerator and stuff. There's a bit of a problem with that there. And, you know, the general manager there was one of those, I'm going to put up a, you know, security camera up there. Well, he put up a security camera. The problem was it was a fake. The other problem was the place that I was working was a television station. That means most people there understood television. That means most people could see that it was a fake camera, and it didn't solve the problem at all. I mean, seriously, he could have put something up there with the words Fisher Price on the side. It couldn't have been more obvious that it was a fake camera. Or as Homer Simpson liked to say, dough. That was so funny. We are doing the diamond. Yep. Oh, great. Yeah, and the Homer Simpson. You've heard of the Picard maneuver. It's the dough maneuver. All right. Archie is 7,000 feet. We're in VNAV. 7,000 feet. I'm just going to do that a little early because it's not been auto descending. So I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, the fact that he got it installed so quick probably gave it away too. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, these kinds of cameras, there also is going to be a video feed going out. And at the time, it would also end up having a coaxial cable. This was before digital cables. You know, we had digital cameras and stuff. So there would have been a power feed in and a coax going out, and there wasn't either. It was just... This was one of those bosses that really just not that bright. Pilot Skivvies has had too much coke today. Portugal, third biggest political party HQ at Parliament, was robbed last night. Really? Okay, I mean, that's not too embarrassing. If it was the third biggest police force getting robbed, you'd be a little bit worried, or security force. You know, somebody like that getting robbed, that's embarrassing, but the Parliament was robbed. I mean, what are you going to get at Parliament aside? Did they steal computers or something? Man, I'm going to go rob Parliament today because I can get myself a real groovy gavel. Hey, there's a lot of paper over there. I'm sure I can make paper airplanes with it. I mean, not exactly a target-rich environment for that sort of thing. Loviz, we made it out of Provo. We did. Now, because of the VATSIM trouble, I don't think a lot of controllers are on today. So maybe I got lucky. And no, I didn't do the DDoS attack to get out of having to deal with Provo. It wasn't me. I wouldn't even know how. I can't even pronounce the thing. But there we go. No documents on the PM and president. Not anything worrying. It's just... So do you suppose they did it to be insulting? Was it to insult people or something? You just say DDoS, like D-Day. It's a DDoS. Okay, it's a DDoS. It was a DDoS attack. There, okay, it's a DDoS attack. So Kuma says that that's Portuguese politics at its best. Loviz now says that didn't even think of that, but I am now a suspect because I was defending myself. And DDoS doesn't have to mean VATSIM was the target. They could have just been in the impacted party. So maybe the DDoS attack was against the place that has the servers that VATSIM rents from. Well, that would make the DDoS attackers a little less pathetic in my mind, because I'm sorry, if you're going to go and be a big bad hacker, you know, and you're going to go after frickin' flight simulators, simulator pilots and stuff, boy, you're a real big badass there. Sorry. Watch, I'm probably insulting them and they'll go up, but still. You're going after flight simulator pilots. Keiko, welcome aboard. Yeah, there are frame rate issues. There absolutely are. but there's an update planned on Tuesday, which I'm really goofy optimistic that it's going to solve those. Dave said he didn't do it so we can roll him out. Yes, I sit here in total innocence and purity, Loviz. Absolutely. Justice is going Memphis to YVR today, up to Vancouver. You've got a longer flight. That's right. In Polyot's never heard somebody say, oh, I didn't do that. Again, I sit here in total innocence and purity. Yeah, really hoping with the update that Tuesday we get a much smoother airplane, because I'm loving this airplane. There's still a lot to learn here. A lot to learn how to do the flight management computer and stuff, so I really like this. Well, yeah, especially because I wasn't even accused and I was protesting my innocence. And purity, too. Irvy's feeling really innocent today. Also, though I now know why I'm in the naughty books. Uh-oh, Irvy, is it something you can put into chat? And is it something that you can bounce back from? How about if all of us say together at the same time, if you go and bring your housemate into your computer and say, and we'll all say, hey, Irvy's really cool, be nice, or something. Maybe that would just get you into more trouble. Bad idea. Don't do that at all. Yeah, now apparently we know what happened. We know what happened. I found a BCS-3 flight, an A220 flight for tomorrow's Vectors to Copenhagen. Air France flies the A220 from Paris de Gaulle to Copenhagen. Long story short, I bought some cheesecake slices a few days ago. They sat in the fridge for 2 days, so I assumed she didn't want one, so I ate both, and now you're a bad person. Okay, you know, it is what it is. I don't think you're a bad person. It did sit there for 2 days. Sorry, guess what? You know what? When the stores finally open, you know, on a day when you won't be sinful for going to a store, go buy 4 slices of cheesecake and never touch them. Leave them there. Leave them there forever. They can be moldy, but you won't touch them. So double it. You bought 4 of them. And that'll make up for it, right? So when Loviz used to facilitate counseling groups and I felt they were stuck, I would ask everyone to tell a secret they have never shared. Oh my God, it sometimes was hard to put that genie back into a bottle. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't think if I were in a counseling group like that, I could have, I don't have really anything that bad to share. I think the worst thing that I could say is I visited some very, very dodgy websites and read some pretty rough books when I was researching my spy series. That's about the worst that I've done. I think that's about it. And some of those things have left a really, really indelible mark. And I wish I could not read that sort of stuff. But you kind of follow your nose when you're researching. And it's sort of like, hey, I think that's about it. I mean, as far as other secrets, I worked in television for 35 years. We broadcast our secrets. And, you know, you have to walk a very thin line. Polyot would make one up. I'm guessing some people took it literally. Maybe a few people made it up too. But Loviz also said that was how to unstick the situation. That was how to unstick the situation. Oh my gosh. I would imagine some of those confessions were a little bit scary, but a few of them were probably, especially in your job, Loviz, counseling facilitator, your job was probably not cracking up. Oh, some of the younger adults would embellish things. Yeah, I know, I'm not going to tell a group of strangers secrets. I offered to, but some of her favorite Krispy Kreme donuts, she replied, you could... Whoa! It sounds really nasty right now. I'm really sorry that you're dealing with that, especially since it has to do with cheesecake. That really sounded funny coming out of my mouth there. But I'm sorry, Irvy. Yeah, it got called. Yeah, got called by the full name. Yeah, Lovis, did you declare that the Chamber of Secrets was now open? Or was it one of those groups where at the end of reciting the group's pledge, what we say here, what we hear here, what we do here stays here? Here. Oh, wait a minute. Poliot says that shove them up your... is playful in the UK? Okay, so that was more of a playful thing? I'd still go and buy a full cheesecake and leave it in there with a little sign on that said, please forgive me. What have I walked into? Thalo, welcome aboard. Loviz, I have not been to a 12-step meeting. I heard that from an episode of The West Wing when Leo McGarry and Vice President Hoynes were in a AA meeting. And they went into an AA meeting. And that's where I heard that before, where I heard all that. So I actually picked that up at the West Wing. Yeah, I would be in a different stage of therapy right now. I think that mine would basically be at the mercy killing stage. Poliot did MBT once. That was a group. It was held by the County Pauper Lunatic Asylum. I mostly went to watch people. I don't think I would have done anything like that because I have enough in my life for nightmares. I don't need to add to the list. Yeah, the mercy killing stage. Yeah, Thalo, you'll get this. I'd be at the stage where it's sort of like I'm going to put him in the crate of Hamdingers and shoot him out into the galaxy. Because everybody's got a crate of Hamdingers out there. Lunatic Asylum sounds 14th century. Or the corner office suite of a local television station. Yeah, not over the Australian outback. It's an old name. They haven't used that since the 70s. Yeah, that sounds like the offices where all of the at a TV station where all the managers had all their offices in the nice part of the building where there was carpet and everything. The lunatic asylum. I would not hit Yahoo Serious, which is where Joel went, right? Everybody still calls it the lunatic asylum, though. Or I would guess certain political elections or parties and stuff, they might refer to that there. I would think, given how outlandish certain things are. 145 miles to top of descent. I don't know if I'm preparing sooner or later. Let's do performance and arrivals and refresh. So let's see. It's 26 degrees in San Francisco. So I found the best way to do this. Wait till the circle disappears. Come over here, get your data. So the data that I need next is going to be winds. Winds are 310 at 14. So what you do is you take your pointer here and just put it over. And then you press your keyboard key, which is my case, the left control key. 310 at 14. And then click it with your mouse. And then I have to check it. So, and then wait until the circle disappears and then go back and look. So yeah, 310 at 14. And the altimeter in San Francisco is 2983. So again, I'll zoom it in. 2983, right? So take your pointer, hover over, hit your keyboard, 31.83. 3183? No, that's not right. Whoops. That was wrong. 2983. There we go. There we go. That's it. And then wait till the circle disappears before you put in your next number. Let's see. It's me, Stubby. Hi, Stubby. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Kuma driving in Arma Reforger. Looking at the PCs for a second. Back, everyone was dead. And that was a video game? They're administering from a former lunatic asylum. That probably does generate some good jokes. I think Chelsea needs putting in a lunatic asylum after today. And Poliot says, is this a lunatic asylum? Oh my gosh. Really? That almost looks like the building where they took the World War II prisoners and recorded them. That does look scary, doesn't it? Oh, it's a game. I didn't know it was a game. Irvy used to live there. I'll bet it's haunted. I'll bet it's haunted. Oh, look, there's a bell there too. See, there's a bell. When the bell rings up there, that means that there's ghosts lurking. That would be a great haunted mansion. Oh, and add 5 knots to the V speeds. It's not in the moors, no. And Sunjammer is getting ready to hit the ban button if I do the Moors thing. No, Poliot says it's in Cambridge. So it's nowhere so I'm trying to figure out a way to work this into a joke. I was trying to turn it into, so more or less it's nowhere nearby. Didn't work out. Okay. So everything looks good there. Data is in. Descent looks great. Let's go to the route page. We're taking a break from this airplane next. We're going to be in multiplayer, bring a slow prop plane for the beer run. Let's see. It's me, Stubby. You honestly never know what the topics are going to be that comes up here. I mean, insane asylums, lurid confessions, welcome to the spy flight. You never know where we're going or how we're going to get there. All right, all this looks good. Polyot says it was surrounded by land. We used to joke it was so they had time to shoot escapees with the tranquilizer guns. Well, it's better than, you know, some parts, you know, of Florida where they would surround it with alligator moats. I mean, you know, the alligator moat thing would be a thing. Definitely over the desert here. Irvi says, yeah, that's right. We'll, the topic of pineapple on pizza will be popping up at any moment right now. If you'd like to prepare for the next flight that we're going to be doing, the flight that we're going to be doing is kind of a two-hop. We'll be going from Saint Martin to Saint Bart's to Seba and then back to Saint Martin. No ATC, no rules. Just try and keep pixels from getting scattered all over the runway, which happens all the time. No A220 on the beer run. Nah, I think that the airplane is as long as the runway at Seba. Speaking of moats, they are refloating the moat at the Tower of London, either partially or fully. Really? They're going to refloat the moat, flood the moat? Oh my gosh, that's great. You know, if you had time, it would be so cool if you would go and get a plastic model of an alligator and put it someplace so that, you know, if you're walking around the moat near the Tower of London and you look out in there and you look and you see just, you know, eyes and a little head or something like that. Oh, it's to create a wetland for animals. Okay. Acid.com. Yep, you're going to need that. That's right. You need, oh yeah, you get the crocodile submarine from Octopussy. Yeah, the crocodile submarine, and have it, you know, kind of lift its head up and down and swim kind of back and forth. That would be perfect. Get a little James Bond around the tower. Of course, you never know. I mean, you know, there could be strange things around there. Thanks to the documentary that everybody calls Doctor Who, but is a documentary, we know that the Tower of London is now the headquarters of UNIT. And there's Cybermen and all sorts of other strange things from time and space in there. Loviz says they've got plenty of critters and they could bring from Florida for your moat. 86 miles to top of descent. It was unpenetrable thanks to the moat. I'm not sure that would be the case today, though. Well, yeah, because we have James Bond's jetpack. We don't, you know, moats? Got a jetpack. We could just hop on over. Mad Noob says there is now a San Francisco tower. Thank you, Mad Noob. We will look at the, we should look at the EDDS. Portuguese Parliament needs one of those thugs breaking in. VATSIM needs to have a cyber moat. Well, if I'm one of the people that's designing airport sceneries around Florida, and they're not putting any kinds of alligators in the ponds, come on. There are parts of the Tower of London that fully creep. Well, there were some scary things that happened there. I mean, nothing to lose your head over, but, well, actually, yeah, there were some things to lose your head over there. Sorry, too soon for jokes about that. We don't want that. We want this. The place is definitely, I would imagine it has got to be haunted. There are some people that... are you on VATSIM? Yes, we are. We are on VATSIM. It's a little bit slow, and not everybody can get on today, but there we go. Thalos says it was too soon for me to do jokes about people being beheaded. Okay. So I'm guessing jokes, you know, about being strung out with Arthur Pierpoint is probably not good too, right? That was really bad. Sorry. Winds right now 300 at 14, 10 miles visibility, clear 2983. We got new numbers to put in. Let's pop those in just in case. Arthur Pierpoint? No, it wasn't Arthur. Damn. Temperature is 26. Winds 300 at 14. Okay, that's takeoff, not arrivals. Oopsie. 26 300 at 14 2983. Okay, that explains that. That's better. According to legend, if the ravens of the Tower of London ever leave, then the tower will fall. So just to be sure, we clip the raven's wings. Well, you know what? Some people would call that really good insurance, because we don't want that to ever fall. That's right. People were drawn and quartered there too. I think there was probably boiling and oil and all sorts of really nasty things. Okay, that's another name that's going to mess with me. Albert Pierpoint. Albert, not Arthur. Albert Pierpoint. No wonder nobody laughed at my hanging joke. That will make you lose your heads. I know, if they would have just gotten people some pizza, it would have taken care of anything. And 56 miles to top of descent. Ooh, things finally starting to green up a little bit. Well, yeah, they did that. They probably were doing things like that because since they let people watch it, people would be desensitized to that, and they still wanted to be able to shock people. They needed to shock people and scare people. I'm not saying it was right. That was just probably the thinking that went on with that sort of thing. It did work. Earthy Cups, I know I don't mean for it to be too dark today, but sometimes the conversation just goes in different directions. You're absolutely right, Earthy Cup. Get back to talking about pizza and frame rates. Anthony D92 is back. Welcome in. See, I prefer to think of the tower from Day of the Doctor. Now they put you in a holiday home for several years where you get 3 meals a day but don't have to work. A holiday home? That doesn't sound like a really nice home. Yeah, it did sort of go out a little bit bad after Lunatic Asylum. That's what started it. Lunatic Asylum was what did that. Also, it's also known as prison. Well, they say that depending upon the well, that joke was, I was basically gonna say prison's a great place to go and hit the bars, but not really. Still love the fact that despite the Tower of London no longer being an operating prison, our judicial guidelines have not been updated. I can still, in theory, sentence someone to the tower based on the guidelines. Really? So it's still in there that if I come out there and I go stand on the bridge by Big Ben and start telling really, really bad jokes, I can be sent to the tower. I assume that telling really, really bad jokes is a criminal offense. That's right. Also, it's because Irvy ate that cheesecake and got in the doghouse because of eating the cheesecake, right? Within the guidelines, the Tower of London is still a sentencing option for high treason. Okay, yeah. In Portugal, you rob an old lady, you get a free apartment, 3 meals. Oh, Wi-Fi and a phone? That's right. Irvy does want us to remember that that cheesecake sat there untouched for 2 days. Well, I could see why it is that maybe they would leave that still there for treason. I mean, you don't get a treason case, you know, every day at work, right? So, 31 miles to top of descent. Hopefully the airplane descends this time. Okay, we're in FMS. I'm altitude hold right now. I wonder if I need to turn that off. Well, turning VNAV off on and off didn't turn off altitude, so we'll leave that there. Does that mean that Irvy has to go to the Tower of London right now? That's right. Irvy protests. Says, I bought the bloody cheesecake. Come on. Oh, we got to figure out a way to get Irvy out of the doghouse. Stubby wishes that treason were more common crime. Actually, it's probably a really common crime. It's just never charged and convicted. So the question happens. So technically, if Irvy transferred ownership, so was there like, was ownership transferred? Irvy still has a receipt. Still has the receipt. Kuma says, welcome to Portugal. Yeah, but you got some nice beaches. Poliot says the receipt means nothing. Was ownership transferred? That's what mattered. Which, if I transferred, I would have also transferred that. Did you in any way suggest that the cheesecake was now hers? If you suggested that the cheesecake was hers, that might be enough to indicate ownership was transferred. I said there is some cheesecake in the fridge if you would like a piece. But legally, you do not have to give the receipt. That's just your proof of purchase, not proof of ownership. 20 miles to top of descent. I don't know. Is it transfer of ownership, or is it inviting somebody to share my cheesecake? I didn't actually say, you know, I said there's some cheesecake in the fridge if you would like a piece. It was on your shelf in a shared fridge. Okay, so Poliot says your housemate has got to come into chat, and we're gonna get this mediated. Can't imagine how that conversation's gonna go. Hi, housemate, it's me, Irvy. Listen, we're talking about why I'm in the doghouse. We actually have a barrister in chat with you, and we've invited you in to give your side of the story. Now that's gonna go over really, really well, I think. It's gonna probably get a door slammed in your face, and possibly even some sort. Yes, popcorn needed. Popcorn will be needed for sure. Okay, 7 miles to top of descent. Is it going to descend off for us? There is our beep. The cheesecake trial is coming up. Chelsea would not last long in the chat. It's because it's fiery wild. What, the chat, or is Chelsea fiery wild?
Detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Stubby just followed the channel. Thanks for the follow. 3 miles to go. Irvi says Chelsea is unique. Can't be very unique. Unique is one of a kind. Can't be very unique is in itself. I picked that up from the West Wing too. Sorry. Okay, and now this time it descends. It didn't do this on my last 2 arrivals. What the actual whatever. Yeah, I think, yeah, actually, Irby, Chelsea sounds great for this live stream. We're also going to have to examine the fridge and probably have it dusted for prints and stuff. So, yeah, now there's 2 people that we know of that will never end up in this chat that we talk about all the time. Chelsea and Giselle. So there's 2 people that we know that we talk about all the time in chat that will never be here. All right, our descent's going pretty good. We're not picking up any speed. So let's see here. What's happening coming into San Francisco? Delta 2980. Okay, we got San Francisco Tower and ADDS. Tower is 120.5. No, we may not be getting Perry Mason, but Alan Shore may be able to come in and help us. I doubt Denny Crane will. .120.5. All right, we're all good to go there. That's right, a little bit of a Denny Crane there. All right, let's bring in the map a click. I'm sure that there's got to be a good reason why the descent didn't start automatically. Hefty Lefty, welcome back. Good to see you. We are flying the A220 that just came out, and we are going into San Francisco. Your right to remain silent is not as extensive as it is in the US. Will Saul be able to help us out on this one, Sunjammer? So it won't be the same. It's really, really nice. The airplane was released last week into Flight Sim. It's actually in service in the, well, around the world right now. Lufthansa just bought 40 of them, so it must be a good airplane. I don't think Lufthansa would buy 40 crappy planes. So it's really nice. We're going to get an update on the simulated version on Tuesday, at which point I think it's going to probably be a really great plane in the sim. Okay, we got a speed restriction coming up here at Lane. This would fall under Section 1 of the Theft Act of 1968. It carries a maximum sentence of up to 7 years. Wow. That's pretty stiff for 2 slices of cheesecake. Okay, this is looking pretty good. I needed a little bit of speed brake on here. So needed a little bit of speed brake out there. It's not much, just a little bit up there. So you can see barely just a little bit of speed brakes up. And now 280 knots, so that looks good too. Let's see, we need to go and get wing anti-ice back on to auto since we are below 35,000 feet. Descent and approach. Anti-ice is set, FMS is set. Minimums, I have not done minimums. We are expecting the left side. That's right. Polyak gets to make the choice of where you go, so you could get to go to the Tower of London. Not sure, it's probably all it's cracked up to be. 790 feet for Category 1 DME. 220, I'm going to use that one. 220 tune, PFD, Barrow, and I'm using 220 because it's faster to set up. Not exactly the best way to do business, but it will work. There's towers, so we set ourselves up on the arrival and call for permission to land. 3,000 feet is, I'm going to let it continue down since it seems to be managing our descent. Oh my gosh, now we're talking about crucifixion. Well, always think the bright side of life. Sorry, that's what I think about it. I know it's supposed to be serious and it's probably not a joking matter, but thank you to the Pythons for burning that song into our head. Martel's got to call it a night. Good night, Martel. Have a great evening. We will see you next time. Probably Paris to Copenhagen. Not sure about anything after that. Dad Game Time is got Rapunzel. Poliot wants a straw poll on whether Irvi goes to the tower. All right, I've got a poll with an attempt at being funny. I'm going to go and share a link. You can vote in it both in Twitch and YouTube. It's free. You can look at the results and see where Irvi's going. And I better watch what's happening here. Let's see. So get a hotel and a holiday for 7 years. Did you know in 2024, 4 prison mates ran away with a ladder and they didn't get found until 100 days later? What is the context of the poll? The context of the poll is if Polyot has to do a trial for the giant cheesecake caper. Clacton on the Sea. I just know it as Clacton. And that's because, I mean, we've heard about the by-election with the guy with the trash can on his head. So, I mean, that's front of mind here because I think that that's coming up pretty quickly. All right, seatbelts probably. Seatbelts are on. So how's the poll going? Tower of London gets 7 votes. Clacton to vote. Nothing, it was a flipping cheesecake. The front row of the most boring lecture in the most boring class in the UK. Hey, look at this, Irby. Nobody wants you to go to the dungeons at Hogwarts. So no need for, to be hanging by your thumbs or something like that, like they said. Mr. Filch really misses all the screaming from that. Stubby says Clacton is the worst punishment on the list. Oh, Dreams, you had a pint with Farage at Clacton once? Okay, bringing the map a click. We're actually doing pretty good. Let's see. I'm going to go auto brakes medium is what I usually do. Minimums. I set minimums. Auto brakes are set. ECAS is good. My briefing didn't happen because it's a Boxer's Day. And complete. That was a good joke. Kuma has face planted to the floor. Clacton to see the dolphin. Do they have a dolphin show at Clacton? Well, it's by the sea. I would think so. They would make a splash with that. O Dreams has never been to Clacton. It's a great name, Clacton. It's, Clack. What are we doing? Tower of London still winning. Nothing. It was a flippin' cheesecake has moved up to the second place. Clacton to vote number 4. Number 3. Number 4, front row, the most boring lecture in the most boring class in the UK. And one person has now voted for the dungeons at Hogwarts. So there you go. And we're looking pretty good. Uh-oh, we're going to need some speed brake. We're too fast.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Station.
Mascovia, did I say your name right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Irvy voted for Hogwarts. Dad game time. Clacton if Blackpool had an even more daft cousin. Oh my gosh. I mean, there's also some cool places. I always thought Newcastle was awesome because it had its own brew. But then Sunjammer totally let all the air out of my sails when he said they don't make the Newcastle at Newcastle anymore. Elias is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Something about questionable morals. Well, it is the internet. I mean, it is the internet. See. Something about being swarmed by old ladies. They used to have shops on High Street. It's Turkish barbers. Oh, more speed brake. We're slowing it down. I'm letting this thing stay on auto most of the time. I'm the only one coming in here, so. Irby, you have fans now. Well, the other question has to be out there. What if the Right Honorable Justice thinks that it's not Irvy, it's Chelsea in this case? It could be that all of this is for nothing. Okay, I think the poll is done. There were 20 votes. Great. 7 for the Tower of London, 6 for nothing. It was a flippin' cheesecake. 4 clacked to vote, 2 for the boring class, and 1 for the Dungeons at Hogwarts. So there is our poll, and there you go. They have crappy phone case shots. Case shops. Oh, phone cases. Irvy wants a retrial. I didn't even think there was a trial. I thought we'd just move to the penalty phase of the trial. Elias, I think it's a cool airplane. Right now, it's got some real frame rate things and a few things that they need to be fixed. On Tuesday, the developer's going to do some fixes. So when that happens, I think it'll be great. Oh, altimeters. Altimeters are 2983. Altimeters checked and set. It is, Kuma. It's the new one. Oh, did Irvy confess? I have heard the jury's recommendations. I will now consider sentencing operations. This has gotten really, really serious here. Okay. Let's go get on frequency.
South 1032, just also verify you have ASUS whiskey.
Yes, sir. We have information whiskey.
Oh, thank you. And American 584, you're going to have a heavy 7-6 pushing or taxiing off your left there. Just make sure they got enough room to get out.
We'll be looking for the traffic. Air Canada 584.
San Francisco Tower, very good evening. Moxie 441 is on the ILS runway 28 left. Overhead, rock me with information whiskey.
Delta 1032, you guys have traffic pushing off your left there. If you want to cut over to the right now, get out of their way, feel free.
Alright, yeah, we're turning right now. We're clear, man, so thanks.
For Moxie 441, San Francisco Tower, and a 2-8 right, clear to land.
28 right, clear to land, Moxie 441. Thank you. Way too fast.
Southwest 1044, reaching the 3000.
That's 1044, roger, frequency change approved, thanks.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Moxie 441, traffic 3 o'clock, or correction, 12 o'clock, 3 miles. It's going to be a Embraer 2600 descending. They're about 180 knots over the ground.
Moxie 441 has that traffic on TCAS.
Tower, good afternoon. That was 5625 on the final 28 left.
Alright, Scott 5625, San Francisco Tower, and a 28 left to the land, wind speed 0 at 18.
2 left, go ahead, 625.
It's upset with me. I'm slammed out my flaps early. So my flaps are out early, but we're way too fast. I was too busy worrying about the penalty stage.
So 1032, heavy, continue Alpha Foxtrot, cross 21 left, cross 21 right.
You Alpha Foxtrot, cross
127. Let's go with it. Okay, how we doing? A little bit high. Of course we are. High and fast. That's the way we do this. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. First flight, Stuttgart to Zurich, wasn't bad, Elias. It was a nice little flight. Got the airport, got the runway. Yep, flaps 4.
2500.
On the
Moxie
descent
441,
path.
sorry, you set up to the left side or the right side?
Moxie 441's over on the left side, but we can sidestep.
Moxie 441, change runway 28 right, runway 28 right, clear to land.
28 right, clear to land for Moxie 441. Sidestep. Not the biggest of sidesteps, but still a good one. It is a very hazy day here.
1000.
Tower Air Canada 584 on Alpha ready to taxi.
Air Canada 584, runway 28 left, taxi Alpha Foxtrot, cross 21 left, cross 21 right.
Could you repeat last call for Air Canada 584?
Air Canada 584, runway 28 left, taxi via Alpha Foxtrot, cross 21 left, cross 21 right.
Auto throttle. Auto throttle.
28 left via Alpha Foxtrot, cross runway 1 left, cross to runway 1 right, Air Canada 584.
United 234, runway 28 left, line up and wait.
28 left, line up and wait, United 234.
Approaching minimum.
Travis 5625 over San Francisco, left enable safe parking.
Fox at 9. Southwest 5625 going to Foxtrot 9.
Alright, Southwest 5625, right turn off to the ramp.
Off to the ramp.
United 234, winds 3014, runway 28 left for takeoff.
28 left, clear for takeoff, United 234.
Moxie 441, keep it rolling through the ones, left turn echo, hold short, runway 28 left.
Keep it rolling through the ones and exit left and hold short of 28 left for Moxie 441.
Delta 1032 heavy, runway 28 left, line up and wait.
Minus 430. I think until we get the really, really nice upgrade and stuff on Thursday, that's about as good as this is going to get. That's about as good as this is probably going to get. And we're going to Delta 10 tonight. That is sinking, Dad Game Time, the last time I heard. Landing is difficult. Your best landing was the first and it's got, yeah, mine's been kind of up and down. It's been coming up and down. Okay, holding short.
United 234, departures off flight, frequency change approved, safe flight.
Frequency change approved, United 234, thanks.
Good night, Sunjammer.
Delta 1032 heavy, runway 28 left for takeoff.
Have a wonderful evening. Paris de Gaulle to Copenhagen for vectors tomorrow. Landing lights off. Hold short.
Tower, good afternoon. Pilatus, November 772 Echo is 22 miles northwest of the SFVOR, level 3,500, inbound to land with X-ray.
Okay, flaps up, speed brakes down. And this airplane just cleans up so fast. No, there really isn't a good one. I was just going to do a real world flight. And I'm starting to have some second thoughts about this.
4335
in vectors. I've got to say I'm starting to have second thoughts. Maybe next week it would be good for vectors, but I don't really think that this would be good for tomorrow. Probably going to change airplanes.
And Delta 1032 heavy departure offline frequency change approved.
Departure offline.
A nice break would be good.
Foxy 441 at Tango, cross 28 left, join Alpha to the ramp.
At Tango, 28 left, clear to cross, and Alpha to the ramp. We're going to Delta 10 tonight, so thank you for some nice ATC. I really liked DCS World. My system is not powerful enough to handle it right now, which is too bad.
Okay, maintain VFR above 2000.
We could take the F100 tomorrow. We haven't been in that in a while. Might not do Paris de Gaulle. Might choose a German airport. Maybe a German airport for a Fokker F100 flight. Air Berlin. We could do Air Berlin from Berlin.
Center 77 Zulu Echo, traffic at your 12 to 11 o'clock and about 1-2 miles, going to be a 767, 1,800 climbing. They'll be turning southbound momentarily.
Copy, 7 Zulu Echo is looking for the traffic.
Delta 10. Do we have a breeze? Doesn't look like we have breeze here. We'll use Alliance ground. Okay, and we should have a gate. And Delta 10 is right over there. There's Delta 10. Okay, we're good. Let's see. Rambo Monkey is doing helicopters. Sorry if I missed a bunch. I was kind of hoping that maybe there wasn't a lot of ATC on this flight and not a lot of traffic. So I was kind of thinking about this was my test flight and try and be as careful as I could and set it up right and see. I just don't think this is ready. Maybe after Tuesday it will be. So I'm probably going to shift on over to the F100 for tomorrow's flight and choose probably a German airport. We'll look at VATSIM and take a look and see where there might be ATC. Usually our choices are Nuremberg and Dusseldorf, although sometimes Bergen or Oslo has some ATC. Copenhagen might be up, and maybe even Brussels would be a good choice too if there's ATC up there.
And November 77 Zulu Echo, for now, remain south of the 28 departure corridor. I'm going to try to launch someone out here, hopefully.
There's not a ton of VATSIM.
Roger that. We'll expect 28 right.
There's been a little bit of VATSIM in Portugal, but not that much. At least not when the spy flight's going on. Gonna need a little bit of thrust here to get the airplane going.
28 left with takeoff, 13018.
The FMC. I think that was a good pause, Loviz. This was my test though for today. This was gonna be my test, and it's just unfortunately not ready. It's actually handling though San Francisco really good, but we were all over the place on the landing. All right, they want me over here. How far off am I? All right. So it's actually just off to the side of that. More on the side stick, okay.
Okay, left downwind for 28 right for 7 Zulu Echo.
Parking brakes. APU is up and running, right? Yep, it's happy. Engine 1, engine number 2, and we'll do bacon and signs and come over here, do ground gear, GPU and chocks, come up here, GSX, and let's do deboarding. And here comes our jetway. And a nice view from the gate area. I don't want to be a party pooper, but I've seen version 1.03 of the 220 in pre-release streams. There doesn't seem to be a lot of improvement. I'm basically going on, Stubby, with comments made by Mustafa. Moose had a pre-release version and was said it was pretty good. So that's what it is that I'm kind of basing my optimism on. I don't think that Moose would be saying things like, "Oh wow, this is a good release. It's a good airplane." It didn't feel like it was performing well for him. Could be wrong. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't know. But there you go. Irvi has arrived at your new place. Irvi has got a new place to go. Is that okay? So you're all set with that, Irvi? Is that going to be good? That's good for you. Cool airplane. If it gets the update that I'm hoping for, I think it's going to be really nice. And I do, because there's still a lot to learn about the airplane. But if it's still, fidgety and stuff like that, won't be all that exciting. And I also think the Breeze livery is actually really quite nice too. It's a good looking airplane. The Tower of London is very towery. I hear it towers over all the others. How did our touchdown point go? Well, I did get lucky. I've really been trying with as many of my landings as I can to put it right here on the two big bars. So I was able to do that, but of course we slammed it on the ground 430 knots. And you can see we did our sidestep over here. We're pretty close on our sidestep on that. But that was really nice. So I was able to land it. I just don't think it's going to be right for our event for tomorrow. So we will do another one. San Francisco looks really nice today, but it's time for a beer run. You want to be 50 feet over the piano keys. If you're not, go around. Go around? Do we actually do that? We have to hear from the Honorable Polyon. Okay, everything looks good here. Let's go ahead and let the sim chill. Happy with the A220, but I don't have anything else right now in the sim that has the same performance. That's true. There are not that many airplanes that I'm messing around with right now that do have that bad of a performance, especially on landing. Just a quick look for tomorrow. So Paris is not that great. So we've got Nuremberg, Vectors, Vienna is a fly in and out. So a departure out of Vienna. That's a little bit far. It's in for our departure time. I don't know if we want to go from Vienna all the way up to Vectors. Budapest is a little bit far too. I don't see Dusseldorf. So I'm going to guess that Nuremberg would probably be good for an Air Berlin departure tomorrow in the F100. And that is DDDN, right? Dusseldorf is L, EDDN for Nuremberg. So that should be good. Lova is also updated the PMDG 737 NGs. They were nice. You did a flight last night and it was pleasant. You were in the during the A220 marathon. Okay, so we figured that out. That should be good. Next flight is going to be in the next flight is going to be in multiplayer.
Stay sharp.
So multiplayer, it takes a little bit of setup here, but I'm going to run you through all the steps that you have to do to set this up. No flight plan, no ATC, no rules. If you're new and you can get a Cessna up in the air and down on the ground, you're going to be fine for this flight, okay? It's that easy. Wyvern, did I say your name right? Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. So it's really simple. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the autopilot. Don't need the autopilot on this one. So all fly by hand. So we're going to turn off SimApp Pro. Don't need that. And let's get Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, before you load your airplane in, we got to start making some changes, okay? So if you're following along with me and this is your first time, don't choose your airplane yet. Wait till the sim loads in and we'll be fine. Stubby tempted to join the flight, but I've gotten off a 7-hour long haul and I feel my sim needs to rest. This is pretty chill. So what we're going to do is we're going to take off from Princess Juliana Airport at St. Martin, and we're going to fly over to St. Bart's. And we land at St. Bart's, taxi back, take off, fly to Saba, land, taxi back, take off, and then come back to Juliana. It's not that long, but it's pretty simple. Kuma's going to do role play. Have a nice evening. We'll see ya. And Jimmy Boy's just arrived. Welcome aboard. Yeah, this is very low organized. Lots of good airplanes for this one. If you're just getting started in flight sim and you're at the stage where you're learning how to fly a Cessna 150, that's perfect for this flight. That's perfect for it. 172, the TBM, that's probably pretty good too. There is a cargo plane that we've been flying. Maybe it's a Cessna Caravan. I forget. It's a really good one. That's another good one for this one. So, Stubby, yeah, one thing is if you're flying in Flight Sim 2020, you're not going to see 2024 people, but you'll see 2020 people, and sadly, obviously, X-Plane and P3D won't be able to see anybody either. That's part of the reason why I'm almost always on VATSIM, so you can fly any simulator you want. Any sim works fine. That's right. Also, if you're in the beta, you're not going to see anybody, or you'll see only people in the beta. So multiplayer is not really multiplayer for everything. Now would be a good time to hydrate. And again, nothing organized. Get yourself on the ground, and that's it. No need for clearance, no need to talk to ATC, no need to be afraid of being on VATSIM or anything like that. I will tell you that if you do have Navigraph, there's a little something thing you can do. No, you could still fly it, Dreams, if you're in the beta. You're just not going to see people who aren't in the beta. You'll see people who are in the beta. So one thing you could do while we're loading up is we could come over here and we could use Navigraph to help us build a flight so you get a general idea of where we're going. Let's go new flight. All right, so let's go and select a departure airport. And this is going to be TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. Add it. All right, now then, let's go ahead and select our arrival airport. And guess what? Same thing, TNCM. Add to the route. And it moves us over to St. Martin. There we go. Now, low-vis is going to take a hot air balloon. I'm going to avoid silly jokes about hot air, of course. Okay, so now what we're going to do is let's add our route. So if you look over here in Navigraph, there's a pen. Click the pen, and now you can put in our other waypoints. And our waypoints are the other two airports. TFFJ space TNCS. That's it. So all you're going to put in here are the two little ones in the middle that I've got in lowercase. And then hit done. And now all of a sudden, if you start to zoom out, you can see our own little spy triangle here. Okay, there's our own little spy triangle. So we take off from Juliana. It's only 17 miles to St. Bart's. That's why we don't need a big, powerful airplane. It's 27 miles to Seba, and it's 30 miles back to Juliana. So that's what we've got for this particular flight. USA server, there's only one now. So we'll go over to that one. You can also use this to track your flight. Just have it over on another monitor if you want. And you could use it to track your flight. And that would work too. I'm just changing the departure from Paris to Nuremberg. Paris is not that great of an airport. We really need a much better Paris. It's easy to get lost, and as we discovered the other day, all of the taxi signs weren't even close to being right, which was a little annoying, obviously. Would have been nice if the taxi signs would have been a little bit better, but they weren't working so well. And I'm going to save that, and that's our first flight for tomorrow. Cool. Let's see. If anybody's going to fly with Volanta, Stubby's going to fly along. There's a few people still on Volanta, so you can do that. Captain Sort of, we will always have Paris, yes. All right, so everybody ready to kind of figure this out? Here's how we're going to do this. But first, I have to say Speedbird and say thank you for Speedbird's resub. Speedbird's been here for 4 years, and it does seem like yesterday. Thank you, Speedbird464, for a 48-month resub. Very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And thank you for helping me to keep my silly show going on. Welcome on in. Jim, the A330 would be fine for vectors. I don't see actually a lot of people that do that. Okay, ready to go? First step, start. Second step, up in the upper right-hand corner, click the little gear wheel for settings. Okay? So what we're going to need to do is go to online. Now let me get this goofy guy out of the way. Okay, online right over here. And now what we want to do is we're going to come down and it says multiplayer. Click multiplayer on. East USA server. Show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Okay, I think that's what we have to do. Page down. No, actually after that we then go to graphics. Sorry, it's been a while since I've done this. Go to graphics and go to global rendering quality. And go all the way down to the bottom. And what we want, I believe, is parked aircraft quantity. So parked aircraft quantity, we want to go ahead and just turn that on. Parked aircraft variety, we're going to turn that on. We turn on both of those. We don't want traffic or anything else. You can see I've got all of these off right now. So we want those, and we're going to hit apply and save. you've got to do this before you load your airplane. Okay? Save and go back. Now let's go get our airplane. Loviz has done this a few times. It's really kind of cool. What Loviz is going to do is take off in an airplane like 3 or 4 hours before, maybe 6 hours before vectors to Copenhagen, like from Boston, and fly into Copenhagen, and does that. And, you know, back times the flight so he can land for vectors. So you do a long haul going in. And Loviz is actually really good at that. Okay, let's go get our airplane. We need to go here and do... let's see. This is a de Havilland Twin Otter. DHC... There it is. I'm taking the Otter. Mad Noob, do you need me to go back and do something? Did I lose you on something? Okay, get the Otter, save and go back. And then one more thing we've got to do. One more thing we got to do. US server, thank you, Irby. Let's get flight conditions. So before we select the airport, we selected the airplane, go to flight conditions, and what we want here is live weather and time, air traffic off, and all players. All players. Save and go back. Now let's go to the airport. TNCM. Princess Juliana. Kind of zoom on down here, and eventually, as you know, what we'll do is should start seeing other airplanes start to populate in. Don't worry about spawning on people. This isn't VATSIM, no other way around it. I'm going to grab a gate, and I'm going to set this as my departure airport. You can see stuff is painting on, really nice, and hit start flight. And we should see other airplanes. Again, this is multiplayer. Not, you know, if you're in a different sim, it's not multi, but for everybody else, it's pretty cool. Nomad, you gave up? I don't give up until after Tuesday. Yeah, until they fix it. Good job, Nomad. I really think that's the way to do it, to be about this. Okay, so it's getting a little bit late here at Princess Juliana Airport. So one of the things is our first airport that we're going to is going to doesn't have runway lighting. So we got to save ourselves here. We got to back the clock off a bit. There's a way to do that. So click the little cloud, go to custom, and then roll the clock back about an hour or so. That's all you got to do, and that way you'll have lights on. There's no lights on the runway at our first airport, and you won't be able to see it. So Nomad, a lot of people are frustrated. I think I've been able to complete flights. My landings have not been pretty, and there's a few things that have kind of blown up along the way every now and then, but I kind of feel like they're going to do the fixes, and it should be fine. Okay, so I got to come over here and take the top off. I got to do the pitot tube covers, and I have to do the engine covers. And with that, we're ready to get in the airplane. Shift C. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove the control lock. I'm going to make sure my controls work. And now I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the clipboards and then the yoke, because it's just in the way in this airplane and I can't see stuff. I think Nomad, so far I've been really, really impressed with the airplane, and I'm impressed with what it is that they've done with the airplane. So my guess is very probably they're gonna do everything they can to help with frame rates and problems. So I'm pretty confident about that. Let's go to airports real fast. Let's go to Juliana and weather. And I'm going to get the altimeter, which is 1016. 1016. Altimeter's already set. I think it's time to go. Let's see if there's anybody out here. I see a caravan over there. I see a couple of other airplanes there. There's a BizJet. There's another caravan. I see a little twin engine thing there. These are all people that I believe are flying in multiplayer. Okay, let's turn on our airplane. So the first thing you do is do external power or battery. I'm going to do battery. And then we're going to turn on the master switch. Airplane starts making noise. We come up to the top. And what we need is we need position lights, no smoking lights, and everything else is good. Now then, I need to make sure that my reversers are all set. So what I'm going to do is move my throttles forward and take them out of Airbus mode. And let's go ahead and see if I can reverse. Yep, my reversers work. That's good. If your reversers don't work, you're not going to get stopped. Mad Noob can't fly. I'm sorry you can't fly. You're on the... Okay, so Mad Noob, you can still fly. You're just not going to see anybody. And you'll see other people on the beta. So you can't, you'd still fly along with us and give it a try if you want. But yeah, that's the problem with multiplayer in Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's too many people that can't fly along. I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter and enter. Enter and enter, but we don't need to do anything like that. We'll come over here and put the transponder on standby, and we'll just squat. I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to put my altitude at 1,500. That'll just bug me on that one. And that's all we need to do. Shall we start up the engines? Seatbelts going on. Beacon on. We need fuel pumps. There it is. Fuel booster pumps on. Booster pumps on. And let's go ahead and start an engine. Starting the left engine. Gas generation's going up. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, halfway, fuel. It's hot in your office, Mad Noob. Hey, listen, if it's no fun, it's no fun. We do this every 3 weeks to 2 months at the most. I really feel like if it's no fun, you'll catch the next one. But it's got to be fun. Life is too short and too crazy right now to do things that aren't fun. Prop out a feather. Okay, let's go ahead and start another engine. Not your first beer run anyway. Starting engine number 2. Gas generation goes up, 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 up. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Fuel. Somebody asked if I'd take the ATR on this. You could do it. It's a little big, but you could if my ATR were more stable. I'd do that, but my ATR is not very stable. After takeoff, your first heading is 133 degrees. You might come down here and set yourself a bug. for 133 degrees. Irvy's taking the Kodiak. Oh, you want, yeah, that's, so why don't I fly the Kodiak a lot? Because of that right there. All right, 1, 2, 5, 1, 3, 3. And now I'm just gonna bug this around there too. And that helps us. Yeah, you gotta relearn the startup. That's the thing about the Kodiak for me is I've already got the startup procedures for the Boeing 737, the 777, Airbuses, now the ATR, the Twin Otter, the Fokker, and I basically have been saying humans are a little like computers. We only have so much RAM. Props are forward. And let's come over here and do generator reset and on. Let's get the bleeds on. I'm going to do the pitot tube heaters on. Taxi light on. And away we go. Irby also wants to learn the Starship. Maybe you could get Grace Slick to help you out. Oh, darn. That's the second time I've done that. I meant to hit the drums and I hit the we're all going to die of radiation poisoning sound. Sorry about that. Parking brakes off, toe brakes on. Flaps 1. That's too bad because that was a really good Starship joke too. Okay, simple takeoff. As you take off, you're going to notice there is this groovy little lagoon off to the side. Make your turnout over there, and then when you pass the condos in the ship channel, turn to a heading of 133 degrees and head on out. Is there a way to import a Cimbri flight plan into the Starship? It is a little bit complex. It's in the manual. Wolfie has done it twice. Captain Picard might know. So one of the things to do if you've done this and you've got a flight plan in here, go ahead and click the little triangle and it's going to do flight following for you. So you've got some flight following. I know, mad noob, you've got a RTFM. Where's Starflies when we need Starflies to remind us to RTFM? Read the effing manual if you're new to flight sim and wonder what that's about. And there's our goofy little otter. If somebody's on final, even if we're in multiplayer, I will sit here and wait for them. Just because I think it's nice. Anti-collision lights going on. But yeah, if I see that there's somebody on final, I'll wait for them just so that they can concentrate on their landing. Usually it's people that are brand new here. Transponders on. One of the places it's been suggested is if there's ever a convention of Microsoft Flight Simulator spies, we would all meet over here. This is the Twin Otter. And landing lights on. Throttles up. .60, 65, and rotate. And look off to the side. There's the lagoon. Do our turn out over there. Flaps up. St. Bart's first, then Saba. All right, looking pretty good. And I'm gently doing my climb up to 1,500 feet. Clear day, beautiful day to be doing this. And then come on over here and turn to your bugged heading, and it's pointing you right towards St. Bart's. $1,200. Props down a little bit. And trim to hold 1,500 feet. Okay, always like to mention that you know your last little waypoint is going to be this tip over here, so I always like to kind of fly over the last little tip of Saint Martin over here, and then so I'll kind of come over here, and then that will get me on the line because I've got a couple of waypoints along the way. There's some little baby islands that are between St. Martin and St. Bart's. And that's kind of your halfway point, and you can see them in the sim. So I kind of like to get over this little point here, and then again, there's my bugged heading. I'm not using the autopilot. I've just got that bugged as my heading. So a nice little reference. So when I fly over that point, I do a gentle turn, and it should point me right in the direction of St. Bart's. Pilots, Sigvi, you know, we need autopilots with a big jet. We absolutely need autopilots with a big jet, for sure. This is one where you don't need one. I'm not all that next gen. I'd like to think I am, but I'm really not. But, you know, flying on VATSIM, going into Vectors to Copenhagen or Frankfurt Friday, hell yeah, I'm using an autopilot. Just like the real pilots are going to say, hell yeah, I'm using an autopilot. So, you know, nothing wrong with using technology that's available. Okay, looking over here, you can see that we are a little low, so I'm just going to boost my throttle a little bit forward here, get up to 15,000 feet, and we'll use our little binoculars. There's a couple of those little islands I was talking about, and that's our halfway point. All visual. trimming can be difficult because in the real world in an airplane, you're trimming pressure off the stick, and you don't actually have that. Kaizen Racing, I did forget to do that, didn't I, on Twitch? Guess what? I've already got it written, and 3, 2, 1, and it's done. Thank you for the reminder. Up a little bit high. And in the real airplane, when you're trimming something like this, you feel the pressure off the stick because, you know. Polyot had a phone call. Oh, sorry you had a phone call. Was it a good call? Justice is departing out of Dulles for Lisbon.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the Spy Flight.
Vorpro just did a raid. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for bringing your friends in. We're doing a little beer run here right now. On the phone to His Majesty's Prison Service to arrange a transfer for Irvi. Loviz took the UH-1. That's that military helicopter, right? We will never find Irvi. Okay, and you can see there we're flying right over. Oh, it's the Huey. Okay. And Justice is in the A350. Let's see. We don't need landing lights. We don't need taxi lights. And I'm going to do seatbelts off for a little bit. Okay, so now we've passed over those little islands and stuff. You know to look for the little islands. Next thing to look for is a big rock. So there's this big old giant rock out here. You're going to turn towards the island before you get to the rock. And as you're going to turn, you're going to look ahead and you're going to see another rock. Keep those two rocks off your right wingtip and look for a hill, and after you go over the hill, you dive, dive, dive for the runway. You dive, dive, dive for the runway. Not a Dwayne Johnson rock, no. Not that kind of rock. I'm a little bit low. I meant to be at 1,500 feet here. But I don't want to get below 1,000. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. It's right ahead of me. See the big old giant rock? That's what we're aiming for. It's all visual. And we're still a little bit low, but that's okay. The next thing that I want to do is it's time to start slowing down. Because like most airplanes, you can either descend or you can slow down, but you can't do the same thing at the same time. So what I'm going to do is I want to hold my current altitude and I'm going to pull my throttles back, but I'm also going to get the props forward. I don't want to go any lower than 1,200 feet, but I want to start throwing out my flaps here. Without descending, so our speed's coming down, down, down. Flaps 1. Add some throttle, because this airplane definitely becomes a brick at a certain point in time. Now then, you see our big giant rock. There's big giant rock. And then over here, you see this really, really nice area where there's a town, and over there is this zigzaggy road. The airport is on the other side of that hill. And you can see how the rocks are kind of bringing us in. Landing lights. Seat belts. So zigzaggy road, and that's how we find the runway. Flaps 20. If you can see it, the runway is just coming on the other side. I'm starting to pull my power back because it's time to start diving for the runway. But not too much. I want it to be at about 80. There's 80, a little off to the side. Got a little bit of a crosswind here. Ignore the voice. There's the end of the runway. Ignore the voice.
Sink rate. Minimums. Minimums. Full and up. 50, 40. Full, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Flaps 10. And get off the runway before the next person arrives. Original dark wind. So I think, yes, it looks a little high. I'm basing my altitude on a video that I saw of a real world Twin Otter pilot flying this exact arrival. And one of the things that I noticed is they were able to come in. And as they were coming in over the hill, they were high enough to see the edge of the runway. They saw the edge of the runway all the way down. So it's a very steep, like dive, dive, dive for the approach kind of a deal. And that's what that was all about. I don't think that I set up my multiplayer because I think the only airplanes that I see here are static airplanes. I don't see anybody. So I think I screwed up my my multiplayer, which I've done a few times. But yeah, original dark wind, it's a high steep approach. Now that hill is not exactly accurate. It's a little messed up, but it's a pretty steep hill that you come over. How much clearance did he have over the street? Very little. So very, very little on that. I think they, I don't think that people standing on the hill could have reached up and touched the tires of the airplane. But if they were, I mean, maybe Dikembe Mutombo could have done that. Okay, somebody super duper tall, but probably not. But not much taller. Have we taken this C208? I believe so, but not sure. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure I set it up right. So the next part of this is what we're going to do is practice a short field takeoff. A short field takeoff. There's some great videos here, including the idiot that floated over halfway down the runway and crashed into the beach. We can laugh at him because he he apparently survived, but really damaged his airplane. Okay, so now we're lined up at the edge of the runway here. You can see I taxied into a position to get right at the edge here. So what we're gonna do is I've got my flaps at 10. I'm gonna stand on my brakes and I'm gonna push my throttles forward. Throttles are forward, standing on the brakes. push the nose down a little, release the brakes, and as soon as I get to the point where I can rotate, I'm going to pull us up off the ground, 60, 65, and up. Off the ground, drop the nose a little bit, get a little airspeed, looking good, climb a little bit more, and that's called the short field takeoff. That's the short field takeoff. You're going to need that for your next departure. Hey, the cruise ship's gone. The cruise ship is gone. I think my scenery must have changed. Okay, so anyhow, what we're going to do is we're going to come out and fly between the main island and this island right here. Our next heading is 249 degrees. I know, I'm really sorry that I set it up wrong. I really should practice. I'm clearly there's something wrong that I'm doing. You can see me, but see, and that, I don't know, maybe it's my internet. And I'm just not picking up people. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go out to the tip of this island, and if you see off to the left, there is our next island. That's Saba. You can tell it's kind of a sharp, pointy island up there. I really need to sort through setting up multiplayer better. And roll it on out. Now in this case, I'm setting this bug over here again. It just helps me figure out that's the heading that I'm supposed to be on. Really quite nice. Okay, there we go. That looks good. I'm a touch low, but we're doing a gentle climb up to 1500. There's an application at flightsim.to that allows you to choose settings preset when you load into the sim. And that way I can have a VATSIM preset and a multiplayer preset. You know what? I think that that's the best thing to do. Thank you. Because we've run into this before. Now in this case, one of the things that you want to be able to do is as we fly over to Saba, you want to aim for the north side of the island. So we want to come out a little bit north of the island, okay? Now we could also play with the autopilot here. I'm pretty close to 15,000 feet. So AP, heading, altitude. Altitude again. And that's going to put me right on our heading and put us eventually at the altitude. Let's see. Links are disabled. Whisper it to Polyon. Yep, we're slowly going down to 1500. So you could actually set up the autopilot here. Just kind of sit back and chill. You're going to want to advance your throttles a bit, because we should be cruising at about 150 knots with this thing. Now as you speed up, it's going to try and climb a little bit too, so don't do that fast. You have a map on the screen too? I don't think this is working too well. Now we're way too high and we're in the clouds. I've done something wrong here. Autopilot off. Let's fly ourselves. How do you get rid of the map? Way too high, and you can see we got into the clouds, and if this is a VFR flight, the flight instructor's yelling at us saying, "You're not supposed to do that. Stay away from clouds." I'm slowly adjusting my speed up to get us to that 150 knots and get my altitude down to 1,500 feet. Nice passenger cabin. We could have done landing lights off. Turn off seatbelts for a second. Throttles forward just a little bit more, trim the nose down so we don't climb too much, and get some actual speed. Asobo should have made a web map for Microsoft Flight Simulator multiplayer. There's a good idea. Probably another great way to be able to confirm that you've actually done it right. That'd be a good thing. All right, now our speed's coming up. Let's get back down to 1,500 feet. This is not the runway to do what flight simulator pilots do, and that's go hunting for butter. We all want to leave butter on the runway. But this one is not a good one. A voice is clinging on with all of its might. What kind of a Klingon? Yeah, this one's hunting for rubber, or not putting the most rubber on the runway. This one is put the airplane on the ground and stop. My guess is, I don't know, there are aircraft carriers hunting for effective braking. All right, let's go ahead and start slowing down a little bit. Throttling back. Props forward for a go round. Hold the altitude. So there's this other rock. Remember we had those rocks going into St. Bart's? There's this other rock now out here at Saba. If you haven't done this one, there's a rock at Saba. And what we want to do is fly over this rock. We don't want to get too far to the right of this rock, though, because if you do, you're going to run into a big bad cliff. Yes, there's a problem with the 3D model in this airplane. And yes, the pilot's foot is hanging out the front of the airplane. Very embarrassing. Don't know how to fix that. The rock is going to be about a quarter of the way to the center of the island here. The center of the island is where your airport is. So the rock that you want to fly over is actually right there, and there's the runway right there. So give yourself a little bit of breathing room. Yeah, maybe cooling off his foot. Way too high again. Concentration is waning. Probably slow down a little bit too soon on this, but I would much rather slow down a little bit too soon than too late. Polyot says we should take the A340 somewhere. That's the longest Airbus ever made, and it's got 4 engines on it. Okay, there's the airport, there's the rock, there's the cliff. I'm gonna do landing lights. I'm gonna do seat belts. In we go. Lobiz says we should take the 600 on a trip. That's the one that has a little more power. Start our turn. Keep an eye on our speed and our altitude. There's the rock. Flaps 10. Well, we haven't been to Kai-Tak in a while. That would leave the door open to some nice tacky jokes, too. Flaps 20. Bump the throttle. There comes those big scary cliffs. Here comes our rock. More flaps. There's our runway. Well, we could put a Kai-Tak flight in and you could take whichever big airplane you want. Passengers over there saying, oh my gosh, look at those cliffs. We're way too close. And then I usually will taxi up over here and wait for other people, but since I didn't set everything up right, we'll just taxi back. So flaps 20, remember we did the short field takeoff. We need to do that again too. I think my scenery has changed. There should be a lot more rocks out here. Okay, so what we do is we get to the very end like before. Very, very end, flaps 20. Loop it around and around we go. And we're lined up. Same deal, only this time it's a flaps 20 takeoff. And again, we want to be able to get the nose up. I don't think that part of the thing about a short field takeoff is you get going to the point where you can get into what's called ground effect. And that's where you can get off the ground even below your stall speed and fly around a little bit. And so you get off the ground a little bit, flying ground effect, drop the nose, pick up some speed, and then go. Eventually, I hear that Microsoft Flight Simulator will start simulating ground effect, but I don't think it's next. So stomp on your brakes, throttles up halfway, look at your engines, they're stable, up here, and release them. $60, $65 up, drop the nose a little bit, get a little power, get a little speed, and climb out. Flaps 10. Loviz says has done Skardu events with Captain Whip. Hi H Pilot, welcome. Flaps up. And we could actually see it today. The visibility is awesome here. There's Juliana. I'm going to go ahead and use the bug again. That looks good. Maybe I'm putting the props back too far. Come to 1,500 feet. Jack, thank you for coming in today. $1,500 feet. AP, heading, altitude. And that should be good, so we can just sit back. Skardu is fun with ATC and lots of aircraft. Skardu is an interesting airport too for folks because Skardu doesn't have a big fuel farm there. So when you're flying your jet into Skardu, one of the things that you have to do is you have to bring your fuel for the flight back. So you don't just fly in with, you know, trip fuel, alternate fuel, 30 minutes and 15 minutes. You have to have your next flight's fuel aboard. So you have to tanker that in with you. So your first takeoff is very heavy, and your landing at Skardu is pretty heavy too. But what's neat is it's almost all visual. There's no real nav aids there, so it's all visual. The Stardew Airport. And I don't think it has anything to do with the name, that was also the name of the planet of the dialects too. I don't know if they figured that out or not. Or if that's where they went to get the name. And this is the beer run. Yeah, every now and then there's one of those airports where the runway looks a little like a taxiway, right? It really does. I've experienced that before. I was so excited to get the old 727 up off the ground at Phoenix that I didn't actually get on the old runway. I was on the taxiway, but I got that thing in the air. That thing's a bear. Jack is flying Anchorage to Ketchikan, Alaska. And we've actually got a good speed here, about 160.
New recruits detected.
Ale Last 2 just hit follow on YouTube. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. First flight tomorrow is going to be Nuremberg to Copenhagen. Dusting off the new Fokker F100 that has just come out. It's a fabulous little airplane too. And we're not going to have any performance issues on that. One of the problems that I've had with that airplane though is in vectors to Copenhagen, you almost always can count on a hold. My F100, hang on. My F100 only does one loop in the hold and then exits. So I've got to be more careful about how I put a hold in there because I think I'm forgetting a step. It shouldn't do that. Schedule for tonight, we're going to land and I'm going to find somebody to raid and go and make, I actually set out some stuff. I'm going to make some chili tonight. I know that sounds a little counterintuitive with the temperature at 93 degrees and wildfire smoke all over the place, but I figured that's going to be very, very comforting on my voice, which is really, really messed up right now. So I'm going to make some homemade chili for tonight. I'm going to do 5 degrees to the right. Yep, it should taste actually pretty good too. So Monday night, that's right. So what we'll do is we've been also, so after Nuremberg to Copenhagen, we usually find an airport to fly into Detroit and fly into Detroit Metro for Metro's Detroit Metro Monday. We need to do all the difficult approaches. It's been too long. Kaitak, Paro, Skardu, Lee, Santos Dumont, Tonkotten, and Pasto. Yeah, this is going to be a last flight for tonight. It's been a fun week, but everybody needs beef. CT Aviation beef. It's been a while for Santos Dumont and Tonkotten. It's been forever for Skardu, Lee, and Pasto. Although I would, maybe I'll make some pasta too. Maybe I could put spaghetti noodles make spaghetti noodles and put the chili on the spaghetti noodles. That would be good. That'll be great. I'm starting to reduce my speed a little bit. This one's always kind of hard to see. The airport's over here, but where the captain's sitting, it's hard to see because that post is in the way. Irby says chili goes well with rice too. Actually, I haven't made rice in a long time. That would be that's another good suggestion. Chili goes good on a baked potato too. That would be nice. Pauliot said that the weather was bad and I did a go around. Kebby likes chili with Fritos. Props forward. Autopilot's off. Well, a chili burger is really, really good. Always like a good chili burger. Kind of nice being in this airplane right now after all the time that we spent in the A220 and fighting frame rates, to actually be flying along in an airplane that gives you really, really good frame rates and stuff. I mean, really nice. Last, I used the Wind Control Airbus side stick. Happy Sunday, Hunter Girl. Welcome aboard. You got your night shift tonight? Really? How's it going tonight? Any calls? Chili mac and cheese. That would be good. Anyone flying the modded Twin Otter? I think that this is just a default. This is just a default Otter. Nope, just at the station tonight. Well, hope it stays kind of calm. Hope it stays calm. Stubby's take, we do spend a lot of time talking about food. Irvy's got salad and slow cooked salmon tonight. You know, salmon is a great way to, really good salmon. That would bring peace in our time at the Irvy house. I would avoid the arsenic right now. Not a good idea. You don't want to have to visit with Polyot about that. And a beautiful evening at St. Martin. She already had her portion and never thanked you for... Oh, really? Man. The wind control is very nice. I'm really happy with it, last. Polia did a 777 into Pasto and got a -14. Really? You gotta... Well, there's proof. I better concentrate on my landing. That's really neat. Yep, my scenery got shifted around. We made it. Okay. You've got to stop doing things that get you self-banned. Yeah, nobody likes being banned. Yeah, it's Shark's Teeth, Captain Greybush. Hi, Sorcerer. Welcome aboard. I totally misset this up. That looks like a Breeze livery there. Parking brakes. Feather. Landing lights off. Anti-collision lights off. Flaps are up. Feather the props. Oh, missed it by just a little bit. The little turnaround that you do here. And then fuel, off and off. While we're waiting for that, generator, bleed air. And we'll do beacon, seat belts. And that's pretty good. Up here, we can turn off the master switch and the external switch, and our airplane made it with the person that has their leg hanging out. No idea how to fix it. Let's look and see if there's anything that I probably did wrong here. Let's just kind of look and see what might have been wrong with this. First things first, let's go over to the marketplace. There's basically two sceneries, and the default scenery for Juliana is actually really nice. Well, something got switched out because my Juliana is looking terrible, and so was St. Bart's. You get them both. So let's go ahead and just check those. You should only have one, and I don't know how this got changed. But that got changed in here, and that's quite annoying. Something about being banned. Look up the Flying Tigers, the volunteer group. They did the Shark's Teeth first. Really? I'm pretty sure you're right about that for sure. This is just a default scenery that came with it. Okay, so let's go and look at TNCM. What do we got? TNCM. Okay, so my TFFJ has been disabled from Airworthy Designs, but something's missing. There's the challenges, but something appears to be gone from there. So let's go ahead and I'm going to see if that can come back. And I'm just going to enable it. I'm not going to download it. Polyot says good night. Who's calling it a night? Let's see. Stubby is going to call it a night. Good night, Stubby. We'll see you next time. Thanks for coming by. So let's just go into graphics and see how this got screwed up. First thing that you do is you go online, and I came over here. Multiplayer is on. East USA server, and show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. That's what we do, right? Yeah, okay. Let's see. Polyot made Hunter Girl laugh hard, and colleagues were concerned about Hunter Girl's health. Well, yeah, at least you know that if something turns on, I needed to turn name tags too. I didn't do that because the problem with name tags is I can't see the runway. Did you set air traffic quantity to high? Okay, so Wolfie, I was over here and I went into global rendering and I came to the bottom, and what I did is parked aircraft. I turned those on. That was the wrong one. So let's turn these both off. And you're saying it should be aircraft traffic quantity. Those are the ones I should have turned on. I should have done, nope, not parked aircraft. I did the wrong one here. So it's air traffic quantity and air traffic variety. Okay, let's apply and save. Let's save and go back. And let's go and load over here. I'm going to go flight conditions, and we want air traffic off, all players on, save and go back. Now let's go back and see if I can see people. TNCM. Juliana. Let's also see if I fix my airport. Soccer had KFC today. Oh, I can already tell this is much better. Oh, I see other airplane. No, I thought I did. And let's come over here and start and see what we get. Name tags aren't an issue unless you turn on aircraft close to you. Because what I have an issue with that, Loviz, is I have name tags on and I can't see anybody. I can't see the runway. Like coming into St. Bart's and Saba. Okay. Shift C. And let's go out of the airplane. I'm going to go and change this to daylight. The update is Tuesday, Sorcerer. It's Tuesday. All right. Let's see what we can see. Hey, look at that. There's a twin otter over there. There's an otter over there. I don't see a bunch of parked airplanes. I do like the shark thing on this. This is kind of cool. I tried to get a Windward Airlines livery working, and it didn't work. Are you still running I'm on the beach? My airplane is shut down, but you're on the beach right now? So I could go and come over here. Something about being predictable. Well, to a certain extent, being predictable is good. So Loviz, you're on the beach in your helicopter. Let's see if I can see Loviz on the beach. I think now I've got 2 sceneries loaded here. I think there's 2 sceneries loaded. There's everybody standing. It's got the big building gone. Maybe not. But there shouldn't be 2 of these. You need to disable the default. I thought I did. I couldn't find it. But I saw another twin otter there. Loviz, you were on the beach. Did I miss you? Let's see. Let's go see if we can see Loviz's helicopter. Let's look for a helicopter on the beach. I see a helicopter right over here. Yeah, Loviz is hiding over at the bar here. So there's Loviz's helicopter. Okay, so I did parked airplanes and I should do traffic. Hey, there's somebody coming in. Somebody's coming in. Irvi says, please don't bring up cheesecake anymore. AZ, you got to see the chopper? Okay, let's see what we know over here. Loviz has a pickup order of cheesecake. If you're just joining the stream, we had a bizarre, great, fun conversation, but it was about cheesecake earlier. The kind you eat. Okay, let's go and see what we've got. I've got a default scenery that's still active. TNCM. Okay, here's the default over here, and here is the airworthy designs. So I've got 2 of these here. I think I should turn off one. And as I recall, we want this one off. The default is what looks good. Loviz is using Uber service, so Loviz can get a cheesecake. Okay. TNCM. Let's see if we got this part sorted. Nope. TNCM. Juliana. There we go. Caps happen, especially if you're trying to do a kappa, because caps are, yeah. It sounded better in my head. Sorry. All right, let's try this one. Caps happen. I see a bunch of other airplanes here, so I think we've got that part sorted too. You should have kept the payware. It's better than the default. Okay, so here's my airplane. So maybe we'll do what Polyot says that. Okay. Now then, let's go and change the time. Because one of them puts this ugly building on the beach, and I usually like to get rid of that building. Yeah, let's see what we see. I mean, we got a little bit of time here. So, all right. I see a jet pushing back. There's another Twin Otter. And over here, Loviz, we know, is at the... Loviz disconnected. Okay, so we won't look for the helicopter anymore, but let's look at the beach. I've got a funky control here right now. Okay, this one has the big ugly building. Loviz is undoing the multiplayer now. Yeah, this has got the building. This is not the one we want. This is not the one we want. So we're going to go and flip those back. Main menu. So I'm kind of doing this online so that you can see, you know, some of the stuff for setting stuff up and all, and some of the hoops you go through. Always listen to Polyot. Actually, yes. Always listen to Polyot. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to turn off default and turn off that payware. Turn on the payware. Tomorrow's first flight, the F100 is back. Always listen to Polyot. Will be, you can buy them as hats and t-shirts. Special discounts for people nicknamed the Boot. It was in the fridge for 2 days. It was going to spoil. Agreed. And you're still in the doghouse. It's terrible. Okay. TNCM. All right. So what we want to do is we're going to turn off this one. We don't want that anymore. Okay, so you're asleep so that you won't, Irvy's not in the, okay. And I'm going to disable this now. Cheesecake by the ocean. Well, at some point in time, Chelsea's going to have to chill. It's only frickin' cheesecake. We are just wrapping things up, Chom the Beast. I'm kind of trying to fix up some stuff. And I'm doing it online right now because maybe if you're having trouble with sceneries and stuff, you'll pick up a few things perhaps. You offered a box of Krispy Kreme donuts. What's the ultimate gift? What's the favorite dinner of all time, Irby, that doesn't happen very often? What would be, you know, something so nice You know, you can't be mean after that. Chom the best. Don't worry about that. It happens every now and then. We'll start tomorrow at 1800 Zulu, take the F-100 to Nuremberg, and figure out some airplanes to fly into the Detroit event. So we'll take off from someplace and fly into Detroit. It can't be spoken of on the internet. Okay, got it. Well, we don't want to blow your cover, but it could be that that's the next best thing to do. Uh-oh. Probably been disabling and enabling things, and I've frozen my simulator. It's VATSIM UK live Saturday and Sunday next week, both days until 9 p.m. Zulu, so you can enjoy 2 days of being made to feel like a bad virtual pilot. Okay, well, we'll play in VATSIM UK too. I see an opportunity for some Ryanair 25-minute turnarounds. Actually 30-minute if you're taking the MAX. So we could do some Ryanair 30-minute spins during VATSIM UK Live on Saturday and Sunday. VATSIM UK Live. I will find some real-world flights. Edinburgh, Stansted, Dublin. Is that a good Ryanair spin? Hang on, let's see if I can copy that. I have copied that, and those are in notes too. And we will do Edinburgh, Stansted, Dublin. Don't tell Sibby that we're going to do Stansted. I will not hear the end of it. EHAM is also going to be busy that time. Cool. Acid.com says we should also take off from Birmingham and fly over Acid's house, or out of Dublin, as we always fly into Dublin. True, we do. And I think I have frozen my sim. Let's see, have we frozen it? No, actually we haven't. It's apparently trying to do stuff. It is not frozen after all. So maybe we'll go out of Dublin. So we got all sorts of cool stuff, and the really neat thing that I'm looking forward to is the possibility of the nice update for the A220. I'm probably putting a little bit too much hope in that, but that should be good. Fancy flying the Fokker, that'll be tomorrow. Yep, we're going to be doing that. The sim loves to hang up, and it has definitely hung itself up, hasn't it? I'll reset that and sort it out a little bit later on. But I'll see you tomorrow at 1900 Zulu heading into Copenhagen. You could do EasyJet if you want to get back into the lovely Airbus. No, actually, I'd kind of like to go and get into the 737 MAX. That's a fun airplane. And ooh, I didn't want to do that. Ooh, too big. So Nuremberg to Copenhagen. We also were talking about a flight from Union Island to Madagascar. It's a little bit long, but I did want to, that's still in the mix. I don't know if we want to do that or not, but it's a little bit long over water, but we can go and have a little bit of fun with that at some point too. So, and then it looks like we've also got some opportunities to do some Ryanair spins. So got that coming up. And I think that'll keep us out of trouble for a while. Lovis, I've got to go and update the PMDGs. I'm going to update the 777s for sure. But it's 2 days of VATSIM UK Live. So you could do 1 day of Ryanair and 1 day of EasyJet out of Luton. We could do that. That's cool. Wolfie, thank you for fun flying. Hey, if you're just coming in, thank you for coming in today. We're going to raid Conti in just a second and enjoy that. I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Departure times and normal times. Some nice resubs today. Thanks for the resubs. Thanks for keeping them going. And again, thank you for spending time with me and flying along. Sibby will be along to make sure that I don't mix up Luton and Stansted, and not let me forget that either. So that will happen. But there you go. Thanks for being here. I sure had fun flying today, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you for the support and all the things you do to help me keep it going. But just thanks for coming in and taking the time to say hi. It makes my day, and it's so nice that you're here and spending some time. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time is the normal time, 1800 Zulu. Until then, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers.